I would like to ask Luís Góes Pinheiro, the Chair of the Board of the Shared Services of the Ministry of Health of Portugal, SPMS, to deliver our welcome message. Please, the floor is yours.
Hi. Welcome to Portugal. It's really great for us to have you all here for the second Innovation Day of the X-eHealth project. It's been quite a journey these 2 years. Katia have been conducing leading this group and managing to deliver all you have done in these 2 years. Because the truth is that after these 2 years we have results. And the positive impact of X-eHealth project is in assuring the standardization and harmonization of digital platforms and solutions by making data more accessible and actionable in an actionable form was already demonstrated. The truth is that X-eHealth, together with DSI communities, co-created 4 change proposals to implement new services in My Health at You. We're talking about, as you all know, hospital discharge reports, imaging reports, laboratory results reports, and exchange of rare disease information using the patient summary. In these areas, this group also produced guidelines and functional specifications, as well as the European Electronic Health Record Exchange Format, architecture specifications, and testing strategies. These outcomes and recommendations from X-eHealth will offer key upgrades for My Health at You generic services and improve national approaches on ensuring full system integration and architecture for continuity of care, and also to promote greater confidence and safety for citizens and patients through an interoperable electronic patient summary. Not only X-eHealth was the first project to advance the European Electronic Health Record Exchange Format, technical cooperation, but above all, it was the crucial milestone in the pathway towards the realization of the European Digital Agenda and, as you all know, the European Health Data Space. SPMS, by successfully leading the X-eHealth project, laid down the groundwork for cooperation in global digital health. And I'm sure you all understand that at this moment I need to congratulate Katia for the incredibly challenging but also very successfully job she has done these years. Thank you. Thank you, Katia. But now, for all citizens to fully benefit from the advantages of comprehensive health data and for Europe to become more resilient, a global digital health strategy and roadmap is essential. In this regard, SPMS is fully committed to take an active role in creating a sustainable pathway towards bettering a union-wide health agenda through international cooperation as a key strategic priority. I hope this event goes well. I hope this is not the end, it's only a beginning of a new era, and that you may enjoy a bit of Lisbon, especially later tonight in our dinner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, also, this project, this action, would have not have been possible without the support of the European Commission. Our next keynote address will be from Mr. Kyriakos Atsaras at DG Connect. He's a program officer. He's a program officer at DG Connect. Kyriakos, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergio. May I ask if you can all hear me well in the room?
We can all hear you very well, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So it's really a pleasure to be addressing you today because simply said, this has been a very important and and has quite a number of deliverables across the EU working to develop these specifications and deliver them on time. This is exactly the type of collaboration we want to see. And of course, we know by now that key deliverables are viewed very, very favorably in terms of meeting our policy objectives as these are presently discussed. First and foremost, for My Health at EU, and of course, after this, for the European health data space. So overall, it's been a pleasure to follow the progress of the project. We look forward to its successful end. And the floor is now yours for all the experts in the room to discuss the results. We also look forward to the panel at the end of the day. Best of success to the proceedings of today. Thank you.
We would like to thank the words of Mr. Kyriakos Atsaras, who will be joining us later for our final debate. So we will hear more from Mr. Hatsaras later on. We will now have also a welcome message from David Novilortis. Mr. Novilortis is Unit Head of Data and Digital Health at the World Health Organization for the European region. Welcome, David.
Thank you so much, and good morning, dear colleagues. I'm not going to present the slides, just for the technical team to know. So first of all, I would like to thank SPMS for inviting the World Health Organization for this session and for giving us the opportunity to share our views on better data for better health. And also I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate also the European Commission, our dear partners, and particularly DG Connect, for supporting this kind of initiatives that are so important to have an interoperability agenda for the European Union. We recognize their leadership and we are so thankful that we can call them partners and friends. Because the main topic of this important event that you're having today is about interoperability, I just wanted to take just 2-3 minutes to talk a bit about data in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also just to present a call to action that WHO is interested with 3 concrete actions that could help us to collectively change the current situation related to data and interoperability. So basically, we have learned a lot from this pandemic. In brief, our inability to effectively leverage the volume and different types of data available to us has been a notable shortcoming of the response to data. And this has been due to several barriers, including the lack of health data standards related to the definition, the calculation, and the format of the data. Also, the delays in receiving the data, the lack of integration and interoperability between the different data and health information systems, and the efficiency of trained people to manage and use this data. So this situation brings home the point that it's imperative for each country to strengthen this data and health information system in place so that data gaps can be closed. And it's great to see this project, the X-eHealth project, and how this project has been addressing all the challenges. So we are so thankful that under the leadership of Katia, I also need to congratulate Katia as Luis did. Thank you so much for all your leadership, Katia, for this, and we are so happy that you have taken this forward. Also about these challenges, just from a policy point of view, what we would like to propose for all the member states in the WHO European region, that in our case covers 53 countries. So what we're trying to propose is that we call countries to establish a high-level data coordination mechanism in charge of implementing a data governance framework composed of multi-stakeholder partners. And it's key to develop and implement a data governance framework so we can really promote transparency and ensure of common standards for data collection, reporting, and exchange. Also, another important action that we are all the time calling to countries is related to investment. According to Paris 21st, the international funding for data and statistics is only about half the level that it needs to be. So it's important that we continue investing in data. And finally, we call to empower citizens to provide them with the right skills to take decisions on their own health and to help them understand their rights and the benefits and risks of sharing data, especially related to ethics, privacy, and security. So in WHO, we are convinced that only through governance, investment, and empowering users, can we collectively achieve better data for better measurement, which could lead at some point to better management and better individual and public health. With this, I would just like to congratulate to all of you for making this happen. And thank you so much again for the invitation, and congrats to all of you for taking this opportunity forward. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, David, for your words. We will now take a short coffee break. If you are following us online from other parts of Europe via our stream through the X-eHealth website, we will return at 11:55. If you are here with us in Lisbon, we will be back at 10:55. So see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. So, after these words by Luís Góes Pinheiro, Mr. Hatzaras, and Mr. Nabil Ortiz, we will now begin in earnest our various sessions for today. But we will begin with a short presentation of what exactly the X-eHealth Coordination and Support Action is. It is a large and ambitious project, and encompassing several member states, and it is part of a wider strategy by SPMS to move towards a digital global health community. I'd like to invite to the stage Katia Sousa Pinto, the Coordinator of International Projects and Affairs Unit at SPMS. Katia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergio. It's always good to be the first one talking after coffee break, because I know my talk will be successful. So I would like to start by giving a broad overview of the context in which X-eHealth was born. For all of you listening in our country and abroad, for a better understanding of the national and international perspectives that lay down the foundation of X-eHealth. On the national perspective, global digital health is at the core of Portugal's national digital health strategy. So in the post-pandemic era, the first in public health history, where digital public health interventions were used for the first time as healthcare response, as a strong part of the healthcare response strategy, we at SPMS, with our overarching role of National eHealth Authority, the national provider for information services in the National Health Service, but also with our wide range of EU action collaboration, we are very well placed to make sure we have and we have actually the responsibility of having and promoting a global shared digital health agenda. And we are very willing to do so, and to do so as part of our national strategy. If we look at the international or European context, we need to remember that there was a recommendation from the European Commission on the European electronic health record exchange format. And this recommendation actually noted that enhancing interoperability of health-related data through an European electronic health record exchange format would imply the addition of new data sets and enlargement and widen the scope of the data that is already available and shared cross borders through the current existing infrastructure called My Health at EU that provides access to patient summary and e-prescription e-dispensation. And so this recommendation laid down the vision upon which X-eHealth was built to put in an European electronic health record exchange format commonly recognized among member states for different healthcare data generated health data domains. And so we are talking about laboratory requests and results, medical images and image reports, hospital discharge reports, and also improving or adding rare diseases specific information to the patient summary. So these valuable data sets of information would actually increase the value of an European electronic health record itself for all aspects related to care. And so the project was formed with a consortium of 22 member states and laid down the objectives that would set out our work plan. And our objectives, how would we be able to achieve this, to add additional information in a commonly recognized pattern across the EU? Our objectives were, first of all, to establish a common framework, having 22 member states agreeing on a common framework for interoperable health data access, data models, and semantic criteria. We also identified exchange formats and standardized solutions to make sure that we had the full range of technical specifications that is needed for European electronic health record to be accessible from different member states. During this work, the project also worked very closely with the communities at My Health at EU. So our objective was to support My Health at EU in the development of specifications to add to the already in place European health record exchange format, new information, and identify the changes that are needed for the current architecture to incorporate these new streams of data. And so, in a sentence, X-eHealth has been working into building a next generation European health record. And how were we able to achieve the results that we'll get to know by the project partners today? It was based on a very well-defined project work plan where we started by mapping the national diagnosis of the electronic health record by identifying the data sets that would be available, the meaningful use cases, and we did so in 4 different information domains, the one that I just mentioned: rare diseases, medical imaging, laboratory results, and hospital discharge reports. And we did so also having in mind that the data would need to be able to follow the care pathway. So the identification of the meaningful information building blocks was done at the same time with the overall umbrella of clinical guidelines and care pathways that will actually make sure that by adding new data to an electronic health record, you actually increase healthcare quality and safety. You actually ensure standardization and harmonization of digital services across the EU, and that overall this will actually contribute to the fragmented healthcare services across the Union. And how these 4 domains were worked. They were worked subsequently during the project's lifetime, and you will hear from the different partners and experts today on the different domains. And we started by having the functional specifications, so identify the meaningful information building blocks that could be incrementally added to the European electronic health record. And by doing so, we make sure then that this information building blocks could be turned into implementable specifications. So HL7 CDA, HL7 FHIR templates that will provide then the framework to the changes needed in the current existing architecture at MyHealth@EU. And so these 3 different layers of technical work were needed to make sure we end the project with meaningful use cases, relevant information building blocks, and an increase and added value to the already information data set that's available at the patient summary at the moment. And this is most of what you will hear about today. At the same time, X-eHealth is also moving with the regulation and the political commitment to the European health data space. So although X-eHealth was mainly focused on putting data to work for healthcare provision at the cross-border level, but also at the national level, we, by identifying common standards for healthcare-generated data that can be then harmonized across the EU, will actually enable large data sets that are identical, standardized, harmonized across different member states, and this will provide valuable data that can then be reused either for research or for public health surveillance. So alongside our work in improving the current infrastructure of MyHealth@EU to include these new information domains in the European electronic health record, we are also at the same time ensuring that large standardized healthcare data sets are available in different member states and then can be easily reused for other purposes, and so enhancing also secondary use of data and health data at EU. And now, just to finalize my presentation, I would like to look a little bit back and start thinking about the future to prepare for the discussion that you'll hear today. You know that having this infrastructure, MyHealth@EU, is actually a long history of European actions, regulations, and many others that are now and currently underway. We are also very committed to continue the work that has been done in the past, and X-eHealth has had also that as part of its work plan. But we want to make sure that X-eHealth's work will be able to continue through the different actions that will be that are now being funded by the EU and also at the national level. And we did so by reaching out to different partners during the project timeline. So we are really we know that X-eHealth was one of the first projects that, as it was referred earlier today, was trying to increase the European-wide technical cooperation about or around a European electronic health record. And we hope that by doing so, we believe successfully, and we successfully established a milestone in the future of European digital health technical cooperation. And so by saying so, I will finalize the presentation and say that during today's session, you will hear about a detailed discussion about most of this work, and we will also widen up the topics in discussion beyond X-eHealth results to discuss the future of an envisioned European health data space. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Katja. And now, for our first roundtable discussion, as Katja was mentioning, X-eHealth's work mainly wants to answer 3 different questions in order to produce workable, viable results and solutions. What is needed, what is implementable, what is available, and what is implementable. By working answers to these 3 questions, we aim to produce results that can respond to actual needs, that are viable, and that are implementable across the European space. This roundtable will be moderated by Vincent van Pelt. Vincent is an international senior advisor at NICTIS. He's also eHealth Network Subgroup Chair from the Netherlands. Please, Vincent. Joining Vincent for this roundtable, we also have Hinek Kruzik. Hinek is Senior Digital Health Consultant at the Ministry of Health of the Czech Republic and Senior Healthcare Consultant at Kraj Vysočina. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Vincent and Hinek both collaborated in the project is Work Package 5, so functional specifications. We will also invite for this roundtable Giorgio Cangioli. Giorgio is technical lead at Health Level 7 Europe, HL 7 Europe, and Giorgio worked with us in Work Package 6, what is implementable. Giorgio, please. And finally, we would like to call to the stage Marcello Melgara. Marcello is Program Manager at eHealth Projects at ARIA, the Lombardy Region, Welfare, Italy. Marcello has been working with the architecture specifications, the part of what is implementable. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, yes, the clicker. Thank you very much.
This one works.
Yeah, okay. One back. Okay, first of all, this is a round table, but we're now a line. So what we really would like to do is make the table round with you, because we were asked to give some, to provide some bullets on what is needed, what is available, and what is implementable, but we really would like your input as well there. So the wisdom is in the room, right? Second, it's about innovation, and I think that's also how we took this sort of item on the agenda to also look at how can we improve innovation, and I think so that's something that you will see as well. We are very happy with the results of the Cross eHealth project, but it also gave us the idea that we can move further and we move quicker, and there's a big need to do so. Healthcare is spiraling out with the costs, there's not enough personnel, technical people are not there, unavailable. Implementation is really a headache in the member states. So we're now producing all these lovely specifications for lab, for hospital discharge reports, for imaging, and for the rare diseases. However, how and when are these new standards going to be implemented? And that's a real challenge for the following years, I think. So, without further ado, I have some slides prepared, or we have prepared some slides, and I'll first give you a brief overview, some of which has already been presented nicely by Katja. But maybe from our point of view, I'd like to talk to you first about the way that we have worked. And I think that's something that we can take as a lesson learned. We would like to stress the methodology that we have used, which was not like something we invented in front beforehand. But as we went along and we saw that we could work together with the different work packages, then we saw that this is an actual sort of pattern that we can reuse in other projects. So this model is about the standardization implementation cycle, where you first need to know what must be done, so the business needs. Then you have, of course, the policy. Yes, we are going to commit to doing this. Then you have analysis of the process. That's like linked to the use cases. Then you have the functional specification, so that is still in the domain of healthcare, so doctors can understand what you're writing down, and they can correct you if you're wrong. That's where we make the data models and where we have linked these data elements to terminologies, and so that it's what we are describing can also be translated in other languages. After that, you have the technical specification. One point of attention is that if you have the functional specification, it's rather stable. Blood pressure is a blood pressure in 20 years from now. But the different standards that we use for implementation, so the communications standards, they may change. So now we have had CDA, we are moving on to FHIR, maybe we have C4 in a couple of years. You don't know how that works, but still the basis for that, for those specifications will be the functional specifications. So I think that's really a good basis for that. And then from the technical specifications, you also need to build it into the systems, and that can be the eHealth or My Health at the EU infrastructure. You can also think of national implementations, and so the actual templates or the definitions of what exactly you are going to exchange always depends on the use case. So that's why you have these implementable specifications. And work packages 5, 6, and 7 have followed this line, you could say. And within each of the specifications, we addressed all the different elements of interoperability. So we did not just go into the data definitions, but we looked at the policy, at the processes that were underlying the information exchange. Of course, the information itself, but also the applications that need to exchange this information. So before you can have interoperability, you need to look at all these different levels. And that's what we did with the different working packages, but also within each work package for each of the domains. So work package 5, 6, and 7 have all worked on these 4 new domains. So I think the achievements can be summarized as this is a random, you can think of many more achievements. There's, for instance, in the work package 5, we have conclusions and recommendations. There are recommendations throughout the whole project. Within work package 1, work package 8, there are many different guidelines or suggestions or recommendations for further work. But these are the ones I picked out. As mentioned, the methodology. Then, of course, the real work is with the functional, technical, and implementation specifications. The data modeling that has been done, and where also Hinik was instrumental, where we also used an international ISO standard, 13972. The linking to terminologies, which is now possible, so we are sort of, before we could not say which terminology we should use, but now that throughout Europe everybody can also make use of the SNOMED, we have also linked the different elements, the data elements, to these terminologies, and value sets are also going to be used throughout healthcare in the near future. And also the approach, if you have a new field, such as the structured reporting on images, so imaging reports, that is until now completely flat. We have at least started by giving the documents a name, and then within a document you have these different paragraphs, and these paragraphs have now been standardized. So that's an approach where you go from big, like the whole concept or the whole construct, and then gradually go down to more detailed specifications. And I think that has worked out as well. So I give the floor to Georgia now. And we'll go back and forth here, but first we'll just walk through some of the slides, and then we can involve you. Giorgio, go ahead.
Thank you, Vincent.
Yeah.
So, good morning, everyone. So, as explained before by Katia, Work Package 6 was responsible to try to get this functional requirement to express them, have them represented into a technical and exchangeable format. Let me mention that Work Package 6 has been, and I would like to thank you for that, has been co-led by also Karima and now Sofia from IHE Europe, together with HL7 Europe. So this functional requirement has been represented by using HL7 CDA, because this is the format that is currently used by the ELDSI, My Health at the EU current services. So most of the focus was put on that format. So we produce 5 document level template, 1 generic that cover all the common requirement, and plus we derive from that specific template, 1 for the imaging report, 1 for the lab report, 1 for the patient summary for rare disease, and one for the hospital discharge report. All of them have been made starting from standardized and international standard, and by using the most common recent template on that, starting from the IPS, IHE-XT Lab, DICOM Part 20, and so on and so forth. And in addition to that, even if we were not required to do that, just to give more breadth, to open the specification to additional services and also to services that could be more in line with the patient control of the activity, we also started working on some FHIR profile, and all of them, and in particular lab order and lab result, and also patient summary for rare disease, even though we also produced some proof of concept that has been also exercised about the rare cancer summary. You can find all of them. I don't want to spend more time. You can maybe come back later.
Sure.
You can find all of them publicly available. Any change that are in the specs are available in the Ardecor site, in the build.fi.org site. So we know that someone already started using. Look at that, and is really glad for that. I know that, for example, Belgium looked to our lab report for in FHIR to start designing their own lab report. We know that also some inspiration has been taken. So I think that I think it is very good.
Republic did the same.
And also, oh, yes, good. Also, Czech Republic did the same for the lab report in FHIR. So, and I think this is a very good result. If you see people that are looking for the real application, mean that you are going the right direction. Mm-hmm. So, but we can maybe come to give more detail about how this is being done later on.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And this is an example, I think, of we have been given a task, and even though it was a daunting one, we actually exceeded that, and out of our own account, we started to see whether the CDA specifications could also be, that we could also have a FHIR specification. May I ask, what is the current status of the hospital discharge report and the images? What is the current status of the FHIR specification? Because I know lab is already specified.
Lab is specified, hospital discharge report, there is
mostly.
A proof of concept, there is a structure, but we have no, obviously, the time to go more in depth.
Yeah.
So they refer some generic profile based on the IPS, but the focus that has been put more on the lab domain, and yeah.
But what we should also mention is that it's just a basic specification. So there are, for example, the microbiology laboratory results are not yet properly modeled, and that's the work that we are now conducting together with the VP5 team, with lab experts, and involvement of Rob Hausman from US and
and also
Giorgio as well.
Palm, and so we are trying to move things forward beyond the result, the required result of X-eHealth, in order to have some standardization effort. I mean, we can hopefully talk about that this afternoon.
Yes, I'm sure.
But one point.
Yeah.
FHIR is evolution. We are going toward FHIR, but we have CDA now, and the status of implementation, of the implementation guide for the CDA, for the 4 domain, is quite more advanced, I would say. So if we are commenting about FHIR, it will come tomorrow. If we are commenting about CDA implementation guide for hospital discharge, for image report, I think the status is quite more advanced, or I'm wrong.
I mean that we have also here, from the perspective of the implementation, we can say that they are ready to be started to be adopted. Adopted doesn't mean that we need, in any case, additional work. We know about that in order to, because, for example, just to make clear, if you want to, all these templates are based on the standard template like IPS. ELDSI is not actually using IPS, even if they're slowly moving to that direction. So what has been done, for example, is to pick up some solution adopted in X-eHealth and to merge this solution into the current specs. So we need to understand how to move forward. And
it also should be mentioned that this is a draft standard.
Yeah, it's a draft standard.
And each standard as a draft needs some evaluation.
Yeah. But the message that we have to convey, for CDA, we are ready to start working in
we are,
practice.
Yeah.
For fire, we have still to do something, but
I mean, that for the lab part, I think we are at the same level. So,
similar,
is
yeah.
a similar level.
Okay. And of course, now we can talk about the choice between CDA and FHIR, but there's also a meeting of the eHealth Network on the November 7th, where the subgroup on technical interoperability and the subgroup on semantics will propose a survey, including a non-paper, asking the member states what their readiness and their willingness is to for the new use cases, so for the new use cases that we have worked on, to look at we're at a crossroads. So this is an ideal opportunity to make a choice whether we are going to continue with CDA or are we going to jump on the fire wagon. That's basically one of the questions that we'd like to propose.
Yeah.
And it's a study, it's a survey, but it's I think a very good start to modernize everything that we're doing here. Yeah.
Maybe I can add to it that the Czech Republic just recently made a strategic decision to build all the new services only on fire. So, and I think I heard similar decisions has been made in other member states as well. So that's evolution, but you're right, Marcello, but quite near future.
Yeah, and in Italy, we are working in CDA, so the implementation for the new electronic health record will be in CDA. However, for each CDA document, a FHIR translation is available. So we will have both in the electronic health record.
And of course, if we have all the noses in the same direction, we can really move forward quickly. One thing that I took with me from the meeting of the subgroups in Prague, the 10th and 11th of October, was that when we were asking this question, there was nobody said we want to stick with CDA, which was a surprise to me. But of course, we are in the select company of those people who were really gung-ho on innovation. So that's why we are going to ask member states in a survey what their stance is on this topic. I think it would be a good opportunity to move forward.
Please.
No, I think it's better we continue because otherwise we're...
Yeah. So now we come to this was the introductory part, and now we come to what is needed, and then what is available, and what is implementable. So we took the question what is needed a little bit broader, because what we need is what we now have. I mean, we have these specifications. We need to have a little bit more work on it to make it actually implementable, like you also said, Hinek. But maybe you can walk us through these bullets.
Yes, of course. You know, it was Trillium Bridge in which we introduced the concept of interoperability of minds. Interoperability of minds means I give you something and you understand exactly what I'm meaning. And that's hard. And if we consider all the specifications are aiming to that, but sometimes are creating barrier to that. So really we have to put ourselves on the side of the user, and the user can be a health professional, a user can be even a patient. So we have to build this seamless interoperability to make each other understanding. And we have to provide, under the fingertips of everybody, what is needed. So forget about creating spaghetti service in which, I go for patient summary, No, we have to turn the cow on the other side and say, okay, a health professional in this situation, what does he need? So let's put himself in the best position of retrieving in the easiest way, because we know health professionals are always busy, and if you will think to pharmacists are even more busy. So really we have to turn our approach, putting ourselves in the shoes of the health professional, understand which are the needs, understand how we can provide him with something that can be understood, and also the third part is create a continuum. A continuum. We have not to create barrier. So we started with the cross-border in order to facilitate the development at national level, but now we have to grow at national level, to grow it in the cross-border in order to make this in a seamless way of communicating. And also the last bullet, make data not to die. If we transfer PDF, that's great, okay? Maybe we can understand something in English, perfect, but if we want to reuse those data, we have to hire some student to retype. No, let's forget about it. So let's go toward an evolution. Let's go toward coded data according to real standard and create the situation of being able to reuse all this data. So this is a long-term perspective. Yes, I know, but let's have a dream.
Maybe not so long as expected. I mean that.
If you go to the next slide, you have the
Next slide, yeah? Because there's another what is needed.
No, I was commenting the previous one just to. So 2 points. Maybe yes, it's not tomorrow morning, but the expectation on open science are very close. There are already networks at European level, and if you are enable them, even if you are not providing, enable them to do that. For example, in the cancer part, you know that OMOP is used, and there are some activities ongoing about mapping fire with OMOP and OMOP to fire that allow you to enable you to do that in a not easy, but easier way. Not anything is easy. And about the other point, travel with me, I think that in the citizen access, I don't think that is only access, is access and use. So the fact that you can, I think the patient mediated might be the best way to have the data moving around Europe, not only across country, but also across inside your country, moving with you and enable that the data you're bringing with you can be actually reused. So these are maybe the things that we need to look at.
Yeah, and you can even wonder whether data should travel.
Yeah.
Let's move to the next part. Who has?
No, I mean that the first point I mean this is in line. Obviously, we need to. One thing that we cannot think that there is one standard that covers everything. So maybe depending on the context, you may choose one standard or the other. The important point is that you have consolidated the clinical building block. What are the information you need to exchange? Then you may have some context that use one standard, but if you are able to have these also available by transformation other, that could be used by other services, that could be good. And obviously we need to look what is the near-term perspective, but also to open our specification to the future ERDS goal, and what are we have been already mentioned, some present day or near future national services. And we mentioned, as been mentioned by Katia, global initiative. Yeah. There are growing also global initiatives, so we need to be sure that what we are doing goes in the standardization process that enables this global exchange of data.
And looking at what we're doing, I think we can be in the lead.
Yeah, sure.
In Europe.
Yeah,
May I comment 2 aspects of this, what we need, I fully agree with Marcello that we should be in the shoes of the healthcare professionals, because we are creating services for them, but not only for them, also for our citizens. It has been said that ideally the data should be coded. However, this is very difficult to implement. The healthcare professionals are very conservative.
No.
Except you. And we really, they would accept some changes of the way how they treat the primary documentation if there will be a reward for that, if they will gain any advantage of that. For many of them, the statistical and research use of data
benchmarking
is not very appealing.
Indeed, so they put something in, but they get nothing in return. That's what you're saying. And that's a recognizable pattern, by the way.
I think that the only way forward is to convince them that while structuring encoding data, we are making them reusable. And the fact that has been recorded once would not be recorded again. So at this moment, they are transcribing many of the information from one discharge report to another, from the, you all know the situation. So that's a complex change. Just specification of the standard, which is structured and coded, it doesn't help. So we need to change the whole process. Yeah. And that's for ages, believe me. And the second comment that I would like to have is the comment to the actually sustainability of the semantic assets that we created. You mentioned that I spent quite a lot of time on the building of the logical information model. So we have it. And what? So what's the purpose? Who will be maintaining that? Because I haven't received many of the feedbacks on the model itself, surprisingly. So either we did it right, which is not very likely, or many people doesn't think that it has the value.
Or they haven't the time.
I still believe that it has a value, but I'm not sure what will happen with the model after the end of this project, because the implementations will give us feedback that will have to be implemented in the update of the model. So who will do that work? Does it worth to invest the effort? That's the question, which I still have in my mind and unanswered.
I think.
What do you think, guys?
My answer is yes, has a value for the reason that I was saying before, because the core part is to be sure what are the information they need to exchange, because these are the information that need to be captured by the HR, need to be exchanged, independent of the standard you're using for exchanging them. Obviously, you need to create a better link, technically back and forward mapping between the logical model and the implementable model. This can be done. We are going to do. We have an example of that in the EIG. If you go to the EIG, there are some logical models that link to the fire profile and back. So this can help to follow
this
that.
we need still to do, and we also still need to do to use the model in a more efficient way, because we now have the HTML publication of the SPMS website, but that's quite technical instead. It's not good for communication with clinicians. We need to create web pages that would be more, appealing for the healthcare professionals, supporting the discussion about the data sets, why those data elements are there, what's the meaning of those data elements. Something like the Nexus did with their models, but yeah, we don't have it at this moment. So there's an additional effort that might create something new from that asset that we have already created.
Yeah, and I think we should also put this forward, because we have done this before. I know in 2015 we already said we need a more sustainable environment where all the assets from the different projects will have a good place, a place that can be developed further and maintained. But now that we have actual implementable specifications and the number of domains is growing, we really want to stress again the need for this more permanent environment and maybe also an organization that maintains and develops further all the assets that we are now creating, because this is no longer related to a project. It's something that is here to stay, and that's going to be continuously improved.
And call for the support of SPMS also, because SPMS claimed that they are ready to continue their effort to digital Europe. So hopefully they will help us to make this sustainable.
Sorry to be a timekeeper.
Yeah, we have...
oh, next slide.
Yeah, next slide. So I also have a what's needed, and maybe a little bit for the future, as a sort of something to look at for further working out the details. But if we start with shared principles and philosophies, we as European member states all have roughly the same idea of what we want and where we want to go and where we want to put the citizen in the center of attention and have healthcare that is not commercial but that is really a service to the public. If you write down these principles and everyone says yes, 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 maybe not, yes, 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 then you have these common principles that you can start from. From these principles, you can create your ambition to actually work further than just these, I say now just, but you have now 4 domains, right? 4 new domains, but there are about 30 domains where we still need to work on. We don't only want to work on the data definition, we also want ordering engines, we want secure pathways, we want privacy, we want all these logging and other aspects in place, because the title is also EHR exchange format. So are we talking about still about exchange between member states, or are we gradually progressing towards indeed a more standardized EHR system, I would say. So for that we need a plan, and we also need architecture. And we have, of course, now a framework, but the overall vision on what we are doing now and where this whole activity leads to, that's still something that we need to, I think, work out. Really have like a vision of where we are going to. And of course, support. So we need papas.
I would compare it with the situation of every member state.
Yeah.
Most of the member states has established the National E-Health Agency, who is responsible for many of those tasks.
Yeah.
Do we have something similar in Europe?
Or can we join
Yeah, member
forces?
states are creating infrastructure on the national level that would allow logging, notification, exchange, push, pull, searching for. But do we have anything similar on the European level?
yet.
We don't.
But we could use all that.
Would we like to have something like that?
Yeah, well, I think so.
Okay, then we should address it to
Why
the right
are there
places.
5, 6, 7 countries working on the personal health records? And when we are amongst each other, we say, we're exactly doing the same. So why not join forces? So there are some common challenges that we can work on together. And that would be the first way to do that would be indeed to have these national competence center send out their people and work together on these topics. It's just an idea, but it's something that I would like to really put forward to you.
Is this something that the DHDS
Yeah,
is actually
that's our hook.
perceiving?
Yeah,
We
Okay.
hope, at least.
We hope at least.
we
Fine.
hope at least, indeed.
What's
Any
next?
comments, guys?
From your side.
What do you think? Do we need an e-health agency at EU level or rather not?
And at the EU level, we mean also countries working together, coalition of the willing, and of course supported by the Commission. But maybe we can put this for a later discussion,
Maybe yes.
because we are, I think, out of time. 12 10 minutes, good.
So we continue
Because
on to the
then
next
now we
page,
have
yes.
what is needed, but we still have what is available
Yeah, but-
and what's implementable. So we just thought we just stir up
Click,
the discussion
click.
a little bit with
Click.
these.
Vincent, click and continue.
Click
We
and
have-
continue. So
Grab the microphone here.
we go to the
Absolutely.
what is available.
So I start with the
Go
first
ahead.
ballot. Okay. I will be disrupting saying we have conceptually 2 domains, human being and veterinarian, okay? We are forgetting about veterinarian, as we are doing in other things, and concentrating in our own domain is human. So we have not to concentrate, as we said in the first slide, on the domain as a separate silos. We have a person we have to take care of. So what we have now are the patient summary, e-prescription, original clinical document that has been already enriched in the last waves. First of all, going toward the international patient summary. Second, going toward the identification of medicinal product. Third, including what is needed for the rare diseases. And now, as X-eHealth, we are proposing enhancement of that, but our domain is the human being. Now to you for the others.
I'm laughing because all the time I'm trying to expand, enlarge our specification, make it more general.
Yeah.
But I agree, we finally agree that veterinarians would be pushed away for now. Yeah.
What else here?
No, I mean that I was just mentioning what I've already presented what is available in terms of result of X-eHealth. So we have, beside the implementation guide, we have also some work on the on the metadata for using the XDI also for the part of the imaging, and also tool for validation in terms of achievement of work package 6 in support of the current services. And as mentioned there, and I already mentioned, we need some other work that need to be done in all of these domains to be able to have them applied for the real services.
Well, as the responsible for the laboratories, I'm quite proud that the European guidelines has been approved 40 reports. That laboratory reports are one of these first areas of expansion or implementation of MyHealth at EU. It doesn't mean that everything is ready yet. We would still need working together on clarifications of the many value sets, many standards. It's really a quite comprehensive task, taking into account that even those countries which are using LOINC system for test identification of laboratory tests are not fully compliant inside a single country with the way how LOINC is being implemented. So implementation of the wider scale using not only LOINC but also NPU is a challenge. So we are continuing actually working on that with a couple of experts from Italy, Sweden, Czech Republic, Germany, Ireland. I hope that I didn't forget anybody, and others, yeah. But the objective is to create a starting set, starting value sets for the implementers in MyHealth at EU. And of course, that means that there needs to be a gradual maintenance process. Laboratories are laboratories are advancing, creating new tests, etc., etc. There will be growing demands from the member states on inclusion of the tests that we didn't include in the top lists, in inclusion of the coded result values that we didn't include. So there should be an expert body that would assess all of these requirements over time and prepare the future waves or versions of these standards on the EU level. So that's a continuous process, and I don't know if somebody perceived that need in the future. Because once this will start, we have to do this.
Yes.
We have to provide support to the member states. Why this I cannot transfer? Because this test code is not in the European value set. We have some mechanisms inside the MyHealth at EU, but it's only a project. So I know nobody can expect that the project will just end, because that cannot end, but I don't see this, the systematic approach. And that's another, and again, the call to solve it somehow.
Yeah. So once again, the call for a more sustainable organizational aspects on this. And I think indeed, if you are working on the EHS regulation, well, then you will get questions from the member states. Where is it? Where can I find it? I need some more. I don't agree with this. How can I map my own national value sets to yours? And so, yeah, there is a real need now that this is going to be organized. So what is available, of course, are those new domains, but there's still a lot of work to do. One thing I pick out of this is the value sets. I think that's an important thing to work on also.
And also the Czech project, which is now trying to implement those specifications as a national standard, shown, for example, that the hospital discharge report has been a little bit overcomplicated in our specification in X-eHealth. So it would need to be somewhat simplified, made more modern, making some parts of, let's say, optional anamnesis.
And that feedback from the actual implementation, that's what you need. That's what we had with the EU Digital COVID Certificate. We got feedback from the member states who were actually implementing the specifications and said, but how? And so that's really a closed loop that you have with the vendors, with the implementing member states that actually improve your product, so to speak. So we have a lot available, but what is implementable? Well, we have discussed this already a little bit.
Yeah, we can maybe skip that part.
Maybe the short term, and we discussed a lot.
Maybe
for the medium, long term, there is something more.
Medium, long term. Who would like to?
Okay, I can say, okay.
I
started with the seamless interoperability, and here we have really scenario for evolution, as we are saying. So we started from document. It is clear that we have to define the element to be exchanged, but we have really to think to what is really needed. To send document for second opinion is not implemented yet, but we know it is important. Return document for continuity of care. Again, as we said, Now we have data travel with me, data travel for me, and closing the loop is another important point. Access to image studies, and Vincent incidentally said, oh, maybe data is not to travel, but we can access, but in order to access to data in another member state, it's hard. So we have really to solve, first of all, legal issue, not technical. Technically, we can do everything, but legally, we cannot. And combine data. So in the guideline on labs, there is the laboratory summary. That means to create a document that contains the evolution in time of some lab result. And this is something important, interesting, difficult to be fully understood and implemented. And provide documents in a more suitable, specific format for domains. So we made a joke we developed also agriculture. We start from the DAISY, not only from the DAISY, from the pensée, the patient summary with 5 sessions. We implemented the sunflowers that allows adding petals for every pathology. And we are going to the, cauliflower, in which we gather information and we provide information according to the needs. So we are closing the loop with the initial slide, provide what is needed to the right person in the right moment, regardless the domain, because the domain is a human being.
So this is talk about architecture.
Exactly. It is the high-level architecture.
So yeah, we need to align on these kind of challenges and to see how they can be put into an architecture.
So the joke is we must be architects, not just engineers.
Indeed.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah.
I mean, if I may add on that last, sorry to repeat myself, I hope that really for the new services there will be also the part of the patient access and use of data.
Absolutely.
Because this is not only I go to the web page where I can see my data, is actually people are used now to have their data in their mobile.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we did not make that very explicit in our whole project. However, I think that we all implicitly understood or had the same idea that once you have standardized all these different domains, that enables the citizen, the patients to, for instance, get layman's terms explanation of a certain code, or to be able to go to another country and there the information is also visible to other countries. People may speak different languages. There are of course benefits to be expected from secondary use. So there's a lot of basic foundation stuff that we have now done, but it all will benefit the patient. And actually access to patient is, give them access to the information. And then you're done. You don't have to do anything special besides maybe explain what you're talking about. So if you have like a lab result, if you hover over it with your mouse, then you get some information on what it is. But basically, it's the same information. You don't need any other information than the information that we have worked on so hard. So, yeah.
From the long-term perspective, I think that there is one important change that we should also take into account. So far, the miles at you is based on the pull model. So I am searching for something in a home country of the patient, and the push model is completely missing.
It is the first bullet, send documents.
Yeah. Send documents.
Yeah.
And that has a huge impact on the national infrastructure.
Yeah,
but as soon as we will start, the sooner we will go there.
Yeah, but there's a missing point that I see, that is the workflow management. So, because exchanging data doesn't mean to the workflow.
That's linked
to
that.
So, if I'm asking for a second opinion, I'm asking for a referral. So, you have a workflow event that need to be managed, and then you have the document that is the result of this workflow. So, but this we are going too far.
You have the return on that.
But that means a complete change of the architecture of My Health CTU.
Four old guys talking about the push and pull. Nice.
And
anyway, I think time is over.
I think our time is over. That's So.
But we still can talk.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
He's
So to send documents, you actually will never close the loop because you're just sending it from A to B, and none of the other parties are involved know that this is happening. So we need a combination of those two.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, it's really an empty slide for you.
To return documents, yes, indeed. Now we have a patient summary available in country B. But what happens there does not come back to country A. So we need to close that loop. That's what we mean with closing the loop. Of course, we have that for e-prescription, e-dispensation. So there you have a closed loop. But
we had in EPSOS with healthcare encounter report. So we have to resuscitate.
It might also need to solve a lot of problems with the identification of the physicians across Europe.
Indeed, yeah. So you need
providers across Europe.
You need value sets with.
Sorry, I think the time is.
It is. Yeah, well. It's your
okay,
call.
You are the timekeeper.
We just continue talking until you say we stop.
Until you will stop us.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's on.
It's on, I think.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Vincent van Pelt, Hinek Krusik, Giorgio Cangeli, and Marcello Meliara. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one for the collection. Now, X-eHealth is a... we can turn this off, please. This one. Yeah, thank you. X-eHealth is, as you know, and as Kasia mentioned, a multidisciplinary project. We aim not to provide only solutions for the for technical problems and technical aspects. We know that in the preparation for the new envisioned e-health, European health data space, that much work needs to be done in terms of policy, in terms of stakeholder engagement. And for that reason, a lot of our work has also been in that sense. I would like to ask to the floor Gaby Wildenbos. Gaby is a senior advisor at NICTIS from the Netherlands, and she's been working in matters of, her work in Work Package 1 has been in matters of readiness assessment of states, future government models, and new use cases and how to integrate them. Gaby, please come to the pulpit.
Thank you very much. I will see how it can go to the next slide. Yes. So as part of Work Package 1, we performed several activities, but what I would like to explain here today is a bit more on the needs analysis that we performed throughout the project. We did that on both the governance and the roadmap. So first I will tell a bit more about governance, and then I will elaborate a bit more about the roadmap aspects. Last year in November, we held an online workshop with several stakeholders. I think about 50 or more organizations participated, so we had a large group of stakeholders participating in that workshop, varying from industry, academics, national competence centers, people from the consortium, so we had a big group of people thinking about this. And that led to this analysis you see here, very high level. You have already seen the interoperability framework, which we used as well here to classify the needs analysis. And we did that on the strategic, tactical, and operational level. And I will quickly talk you through some of the elements. So what you can see here is that on the strategic level, it was talked about that we need a trust framework in order to continue the exchanges that we have, but also it's very important to have the stakeholder involvement. That was mentioned several times, also the complexity of that matter, but also that's really needed to do so. So these elements also we have incorporated in the governance model that we have made as part of Work Package 1. Also it's of course important to have the roadmap for adoption and evolution that was partly talked about in the previous session, and to uniform and maintain all the aspects at the European level. Regarding the tactical and operational level, what was talked about also often is the alignment between primary use and secondary use. So X-eHealth focused on primary use, but we also see, looking towards the future, the reuse of data, the secondary use, and how to align on that matter. And for example, it was said that regulatory sandboxes can be used as an option to do so. On this topic, we will elaborate a bit further in the debate this afternoon. Portfolio management was mentioned as an important aspect. This also relates a bit to agility of governance. So one of the aspects that often was discussed is how to create a governance that is more agile, so to speak. So the current governance has a lot of thought in it, also is praised, but also has been elaborated upon with different work groups that have sometimes overlap. So it was talked about how can we make that more agile, and how can we, address, I talk with my hands a lot, so I have to be careful of the mic. How can we address different roles and responsibilities, and especially the portfolio management? You see the modular approach that has been talked about as well already in the morning. So use the building block approach to elaborate further with the different new domains to address. And then more on the operational level, of course, to have a clear process of change proposals and the repository of assets. I think that's an important one that we also heard in the discussion previously. It's very important to have a repository where we have all the outputs available, not only for X-eHealth, but in a broader sense, to have that in a sustainable way. And to distinguish, lastly, between different types of tooling, and to also look at the aspects of implementation tooling in that sense. As I said, we also combined that workshop to look ahead for the roadmap. And here you can see the possible new domains that came out of that roadmap, and also the impact assessment criteria. So on the left, you see the new domains. What we did is that we created a long list of domains, and then this was the top 5 of that. As I also said, this workshop was last year in November, so that was last year. So also some aspects have already been addressed into new projects. For example, the patient access part is going to be part of the PATHET project. But I think this nicely relates to the previous discussion on patient access, that this is one of the aspects that also came out of the workshop as one of the priorities. And of course, this also aligns with the European Health Data Space and aspects of that. On the right, you see impact assessment criteria. So what we wanted to do with the roadmap is not only to look at what could be new domains, but also if you have new domains, what are criteria to assess the impact on if that domain should be prioritized or not. And you see here impact on patient care, market stimulation, a commitment of the stakeholders involved and of member states, and if it aligns with policy and European policy, which also relates to the European Health Data Space. These were the 2 main aspects that I wanted to zoom in on today. So I'll give the word back to Sergio.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much. That was Gaby Wildenbos. Gaby will also be moderating the final debate for the agenda today, so we will hear Gaby again today at the end of the sessions. Now, it's very important when talking about innovation to also approach dissemination and communication with stakeholders, with all the parties involved. I would like to now ask to call to the stage Diogo Canudo from SPMS, who will tell us about how the strategy communication of X-eHealth has been carried out. Diogo, please, the floor is yours.
How can I pass, Sergio? Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Diogo Canudo. I'm Area Communication Technician, and I'm here presenting the Work Package 2, which is responsible for communication and dissemination of the project. And now I'm going to present the strategy that we elaborate for our stakeholders. Work Package 2 is liable and is responsible for communication of the project, both internal and external, as well as to ensure the content developed to reach the health sector stakeholders. It's also a goal to lay the foundations for the idea of a European health record exchange format to come closer to reality. For this to happen, Work Package 2 identifies 4 target groups. The first one, it is the care provision, focus on the communications regarding the health professional and citizens. The second one is member states, dedicated to the national health actors like decision makers and national health authorities. The third one is the focus on health industry and scientific community. And the last one, infrastructure, dedicated to the network of hospitals actors. And after the first X-eHealth Innovation Day that we had last October, last year, Work Package 2 was able to define activities for each one. And based on this first X-eHealth Innovation Day, we reached 67 care provision stakeholders, 138 member state stakeholders, 132 innovator stakeholders, and 22 infrastructures. And in this sense, Work Package 2 considered that it was important to make specific communications for each target group in order to have a better communication and an effective communication in the second year. Therefore, the first activities was the creation of this stakeholders leaflet. It was our first general activity for all target groups. And in this leaflet, we want to know their opinion about what role should stakeholders in X-eHealth take, what their expectations, and how they can actively contribute to the project and to the planned activities. Regarding the roles, with this leaflet, stakeholders consider that the role serves to provide best expertise on best practices to support healthcare providers in addressing citizens with information about the digital service, to contribute to the national perspective, experience, and expectations, and to ensure that X-eHealth deliverables will have a positive impact on society. Based on this, there are many activities they have shown interest in collaborating with the X-eHealth project. For instance, participating in the professional training sessions and open work meetings, the creation of the action roadmap presented by Gabby, sharing experience and perspectives on how to contribute to the development of a European health record exchange format. And in fact, X-eHealth stakeholders have been very active over the last year. And I think this is reflected in the amount of activities that we made and carry out. After the first activities, activity. It was the creation of the leaflet. Work Package 2 planned several activities general for all stakeholders. It was the dissemination of X-eHealth and partner events, dissemination of quarterly mass mailings to be able to follow more about the last information about the project, and dissemination of deliverables to show the work done by each work package, by email, through the form, through the news articles, in several ways. And after the general activities, we made activities, specific activities for each target group. That image represents all of them. For instance, for care provision stakeholders, we held 2 professional training sessions to health professionals with the purpose of introducing the digital skills regarding the future of user laboratory cross-border service and digital skills needed to exchange medical image and hospital discharge reports in the health system in Europe. For member state stakeholders, we support the event, the workshop that Gabby presented, and the outputs of this workshop served as input to the deliverables of the X-eHealth, the roadmap and sustainable governance model. And with this event, it will be possible to create an image to focus on main ideas that came out there. For innovator stakeholders, we held an open work meeting that you can see there that provide a better understanding about the X-eHealth project. And for infrastructure stakeholders, Work Package 2 want to know their opinion by a form, the opinion, the vision, and the experience regarding the development of European health record exchange format relevant to hospitals of each infrastructure stakeholders. And we think their contribution was essential for the X-eHealth project to understand the integration and to act accordingly to the stakeholders' perspective. And the numbers will reflect that. All of our KPIs were achieved, and many of them were largely exceeded. We had 20 more that participation that we had initially expected. And I think we all agree that the stakeholders are essential in any project because they helped the project on several levels. For instance, implementing the deliverables that was made in the majority of European countries, in greater time savings and material compensation for those actors who encounter difficulties on the integration of the X-eHealth applications, networking with the key actors in the health sectors, and in the provision of the use case requirements and technical specifications for defined domains. And we still work with the stakeholders daily, and we hope this work that was made so far inspires other projects to do even better in the future. I think that's it. Thank you. I pass the word to Sergio.
Thank you very much, Diogo. Indeed, the project has been very, very productive in terms of events. We also have, I'm looking at all of these events, I remember them. We also had Diogo, the hackathons, remember? Yes, we also did that. That was very good. For Work Package 8, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, the project itself must be run with a modicum of efficiency, with a rigorous attention to process, and must be compliant with the rules of good sense of spending money that belongs to the European Commission and resources that belong to the member states. So the evaluation side of the project is critical for us to deliver a project that has that has a serious organization, that has serious efficiency, and that delivers on its goals and expected impacts. Catherine Truner has been leading the tasks and the work package associated with the evaluation of the project. Catherine is project manager at the Public Health Institute Gesundheit Österreich from Austria. Catherine, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergio, for the introduction, and I'm really delighted to share with you the results or some of the results of Work Package 3 evaluation and to give you an insight of what we have done so far. No, it's back. Green button. Yeah, okay. So yeah, together with my colleagues Anja Straden, Eva Leubrecht, and Claudia Habel, I'm leading Work Package 3 evaluation, and I'm giving you now a brief overview of what the objectives and goals and the workflow was that we established. So the objective, I think it's quite clear, as Sergio already explained, was to assess the project activities, that they reach their intended goals, and to ensure the project sustainability by measuring the results of all the work packages. So we are leading it based on the evaluation questions. There were how successful was the project implementation and what are the effects of the project. And we have implemented a workflow with 3 or 4 different steps. First, we have implemented the tools for the evaluation. We have established the log frame matrix, which is a standard management tool used for evaluating projects. And we have, together with the work package leaders, determined key performance indicators and released the glossaries in the beginning of the project. There is one project glossary we are using to ensure a common understanding within the project, and there is the public glossary for the stakeholders that's available from the project's website. We have then monitored the impact metrics by updating the values together with the work package leaders, and then where necessary the KPIs were adjusted and added if necessary. For example, for work package 2 this was the case. We have continued with the maintenance of the glossaries, and then finally now we are in this final phase where we have also tried to assess the impact on the output and outcome level. The impact level is a bit too far-fetched, but I will explain this in the next slide. So this is the results staircase which tries to illustrate the different output, outcome, and impact levels. So the first 3 levels, they describe the output levels. So output means the project results and products delivered. So in the first stage, those results, they are carried out or they are performed or delivered by the project team. On the second stage, whereas the target groups, they're already reached, meaning they have already received those results and they are working with them. And on the third stage, the target groups do not only use them, but they also accept those offers, meaning that there is some kind of satisfaction with the products we have delivered. So then on the outcomes level, the outcome is on the level of the effects on the level of the target groups. So the first or the fourth level is that the target groups change their attitudes and develop new skills. On the fifth level, they change their behavior. And finally, on the 6th level, the target groups, they change their living conditions. So that leads to the final level, which is the impact. And the impact is about the desired changes of society. So this is, as I said, a bit too far-fetched for this project, as this project was only about to run for 2 years. So what we were able to, or trying to measure is until the outcome level. So let me share with you some of the preliminary results of the impact assessment study. We have tried to answer the 2 questions: does X-eHealth advance the integration process of e-health services in Europe? And will X-eHealth increase the use of the new European Electronic Health Record Exchange format specifications by conducting guideline interviews with 18 partners from 6 countries? And I will share with you their answers and results. So for the output level, As for the acceptance, the specifications are very well accepted by all of the target groups. They see them as very good quality, and they also highly appreciate the FIRE specifications and their availability, even though some practitioners see this as very challenging for the national implementation. For the awareness, there is a very high awareness of the new use cases and specifications, but of course we were there a bit biased because we were interviewing a lot of people that were already part of the project or are very close proximity. There is a common understanding about the necessary efforts to adopt the specifications at the different levels. So we also asked them about the conditions that would be necessary to implement the specifications or the new use cases on national level. And what was mentioned were organizational aspects. For example, the responsibility needs to be clear who is responsible for the data management. Resources is always a topic that needs to be cleared, and financial and human resources need to be available to implement such new use cases, specifications. The legal framework needs to be established. Of course, the national infrastructure, the NCPs for e-health, the terminology server, and so on need to be available. And what we also need to ensure is the acceptance. We have to demonstrate an added value, as was already discussed within the roundtable before. Health professionals will only use them if they see an added value. So we have to ensure also user friendliness and efficiency with the new services. From the citizen sides, it's important to expand the services. So they criticize that they are not yet available throughout Europe, but I mean, we are at the point where we are now rolling out the services, so this is something we are already tackling. And they also highlighted the need of data security for their target group. So what's also a necessary condition is the competence development by means of e-training, meaning education for medical professionals, and also the trainings in digital health literacy for the public. So from the outcome side, there were different aspects also that we were trying to interview the partners on. For example, digital health literacy, and we have asked them about digital health literacy and the impact of X-eHealth on that. And the answer was that they only see a very limited contribution from X-eHealth to strengthen digital health literacy. Mainly this was done by X-eHealth through the professional training sessions, but it needs to be added here that the focus of the project lied more on the technical aspects, and that it's not possible to educate all the health professionals in the different countries within this project. So for the attitudes and the behavior, there is of course the motivation to work towards the interoperability of data exchange, but there is also a challenge seen mostly by the decision makers, that is that healthcare providers are very unlikely to use the specifications unless they are legally obliged to. Regarding knowledge on e-health, so there is an increased knowledge on the technical and legal levels, but it's less seen on the benefits and e-health in general. This is the reason because most of the people involved in the project or close to the project already are aware of the benefits from e-health and its cross-border uses. So there is an increased awareness of a need to improve the applications and to increase access to secondary use of data. As Marcello already said, don't let the data die. This is also a very big topic that we have discovered from the interviews. So then for the structural and process relevant outcomes, as for the opportunities, it's especially for the smaller countries, European initiatives like this give them a very big opportunity to implement on national level the solutions developed within such big initiatives. Yeah. As for networking and communications, we have seen that there is an enhanced networking and cooperation of the actors within the project, of course, and that interoperability directly leads to an earlier access to safe and effective healthcare for patients. So for the future research, there is a demand for secondary use of data in healthcare. It's very high, and they are expecting also new standards to be offered to analyze medical data across the European Union. So let me then try to sum it up, what the main output from Work Package 3 evaluation has been so far. So the project team has delivered the planned output on time and within the budget, including the project extension phase. And the necessary pillars and building blocks for the new use cases under the European Health Data Space were produced and prepared for the next steps for the handling over to the EHDSI community. From the impact assessment side, the stakeholders are convinced that X-eHealth will advance the integration process of e-health services in Europe. The impact of the project is considered positive on all levels, and there is a high importance on the specifications being adopted by the European member states so that the issues can be communicated and resolved together. So yeah, there is also a high demand, as I said, for establishing processes to facilitate the secondary use of health data. Although the project has focused more on the primary use, this was something that came up in the interviews quite often. So we think it's very important to mention it here as well. The European Health Data Space Regulation proposal is understood as the main future governance framework for the sustainable maintenance, evolution and distribution of standardization and interoperability in healthcare. And finally, there is a demand or desire for future projects stemming from eHealth. There are some initiatives already ongoing, but the main issue is here to provide also sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We will be hearing from Catherine again later on during the afternoon for the Interoperability Award. Thank you for your presentation. Now, moving on, for the European Health Data Space, there are several main aspects that are to be considered: policy recommendations, matters of cybersecurity, electronic identification. In Work Package 4, Alberto Zanini has been leading most of the work, all of the work actually, along with his partners from Work Package 1. I can see Vanya sitting next to him, also co-leading Work Package 4. I would like to now ask Alberto Zanini to come to the floor and present some of his outputs, some of his work. Please, Alberto, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sergio, for the introduction. As already mentioned, we are leading as Area Lombardy region this specific work stream, which is named Work Package 4, together with the co-leader parties, Kraj Vysočina from Czech Republic and EMKSU University from Hungary. We have here today Klara Irakova and Vanya Pajc from Kraj Vysočina. I would like to share with you some insights, some key takeaways from our work package. We worked on 3 work streams, let's say. The first one is focused on the possible electronic identification of the patient, of the citizen, when having an encounter, a medical encounter abroad in a different country. The second one is focused on the legal enablers, and the third one is about the cybersecurity. We agree very much on the definitions already addressed by VP7. We have heard this morning about extensions, evolutions. Very briefly, as you can see, extension is an outcome which could be feasible, let's say, in the short term. Evolution is more focused on the long term. We believe that our work package has been focused both on extension and evolution. When we say evolution, we typically think about wave 8 and on according to the EHDSI overall time plan. Some of the main achievements, specifically task by task, let's say. The first one is focused, as I said, on the electronic identification of the patient. The overall main objective of the ID identification is more oriented to the evolution, which means more in the long term of the EHDSI environment. We produced 2 deliverables, public deliverables. The first one was intended to set the scene, to provide some foundational work for the second deliverable. and providing an analysis of the current EAD adoption across Europe, not only on the healthcare domain, but across different domains. So we've discussed about the pros and cons, success stories, etc. And we discussed about the current eIDAS infrastructure, which is currently in place, but not so often used. If I'm not mistaken, just 16% of the public services in Europe are today interconnected to an eIDAS node, which is a good result, but we would need maybe to have more in the future. I have a first-hand data here. We are Lombardy region. We have connected more than 200 municipalities with the eIDAS node, but the actual traffic is very low. So we still have to work on the environment and in order to provide more success to these initiatives and to provide cross-border access to the citizens and to the patients. As a second document, we have provided a possible roadmap for a wider adoption, as I said earlier, providing concrete use cases, this time specifically for the healthcare domain. But I would say related to this project, this second deliverable is more domain agnostic, which means our work can be applied to several use cases inside our project. We also tried to identify synergies with other initiatives and also trying to understand which could be a possible way forward in the direction of the upcoming European Digital Identity Wallet. On the legal part, this part is very much focused also on the extension, meaning some key results which could be achievable also in the short mid-term. We have identified the current implementation of and the state of play of the current implementation of the European cross-border exchange of personal data. Also providing in the second deliverable more than 10 recommendations when it comes to the future services and to the new European health data space. So we provided a number of recommendations, also providing a legal roadmap for future actions within the scope of the MyHealth@EU. The third and last stream of activity is the one related to the cybersecurity, which is probably very ambitious. We focused most on the evolution part, very much oriented on the long-term possibilities of our work. As a first deliverable, we described the current European trust space, the current circle of trust implemented in the MyHealth@EU. So specifically talking about the NCP4EH nodes, the test network, the eIDAS implementation, and so on. And in the second deliverable, we tried to provide recommendations for a possible future improvement. When I say we are more oriented to the evolution part here is because we tried to convey some key concepts like the possible use of quantum cryptography or the adoption of zero trust principles, which are not currently in place in the MyHealth@EU. So the work here is quite ambitious, but we believe it could add value to the overall infrastructure if applied. I would like to open a specific focus on the ID part, which has been the part led by my company, by Area Lombardy region. In a nutshell, we have tried to indicate an additional mode to perform a cross-country patient discovery when a patient is having a medical encounter abroad. As you may aware, the current process already in production for some countries is that the identification of a patient is done via paper-based document. Is working. Of course, it requires some manual inputs from the healthcare professional. We are proposing an additional way of work, which is the identification via an electronic ID means released by the country A, meaning the country of the affiliation of the patient. Doing so, we will achieve of course, an improved security and data of better quality. This is also along the lines of the so-called patient empowerment, which means, very briefly, the objective, the goal to share the right data with the right services at the right moment. If we translate, let's say, in a technical way, these goals, we could say that the patient, the citizen, could apply the selective disclosure of the attributes, which means I want to disclose, let's say, name and surname, avoiding disclosing the date of birth, for example. Implementing user awareness, which means I want to disclose this data right now to this specific healthcare professional. Also performing a fully functional cross-border eIDAS authentication. When doing this work, we are supposing that we are dealing with an online service, so we are not working on offline services. We're supposed to be always connected to the MyHealthEDU infrastructure. And our work is constantly aligned with the activities developed by the technical subgroup of the eHealth network, specifically for the eID task force, in order again to leverage previous outcomes and to work in the same direction also with different projects and initiatives. Without going into many technical details, that you can find, however, in the second deliverable, which is publicly available on Cross-eHealth website. The key idea is exploiting the QR code technology that we implemented in the DCC, in the work carried out on the DCC code certificate. The idea is that a patient, when having a medical encounter abroad, could scan a QR code produced by the healthcare professional, and starting from that QR code, he or she could initiate an eIDAS online login, providing the identification data in a secure way to the healthcare professional in the country of treatment. When doing so, we have tried also to exploit, when possible, functionalities of the upcoming European Digital Identity Wallet, specifically leveraging on the architecture reference framework, which has been published in February, if I'm not mistaken, and we should have a brand new version of this document very soon. For example, the electronic signature of the patient information notice when needed. I would like to stress maybe a non-technical point here. Communication is key. We will need to communicate to citizens, to patients, and to healthcare professionals that this approach could require an additional work, especially from the healthcare professional side, but we will provide data of better quality and we will improve security. So again, communication is the key. The technical aspect is not an issue from my perspective, but the communication is very important. We will need to disseminate our approach and to disseminate the added value that this approach could bring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto. For our final presentation before the lunch break, we would like to tell you about how important large-scale adoption is for the project and for the work we're doing. Work Package 8 has been working on several fronts of what will be the large-scale adoption of the format that X-eHealth is proposing and developing. I would like to ask and invite to the floor the leader and co-leader, actually, of Work Package 8, Catherine Kronacki. Catherine is Secretary General at HL7 Europe.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice words. So I have the challenge here. You saw a lot of presentations talking about the cycle of trust, right? How the different member states are communicating and exchanging data. From the design of this project, we had this challenge: how do we actually access the people that are doing the work? The industry, the patients that are interested in the data, and the communities. So a key element of Work Package 8, and I don't know how I changed this, is the community of practice. The community of practice is three things: a domain, a community, and a practice. So you have to work with it. You noticed in the panel that we are making the models. Who is doing it? Who is using these models? Who is using these standards we are making? That's the gap we were trying to fill. But as many people before us said, there are very much to do and very little time. So we have a vision, definitely, and the vision is long-term. And I'm sure that the community will be there together to work and make this happen for everyone. The Work Package 8 was, as I said, communities of practice, from proof of concept to large-scale adoption and infrastructure for innovation. So capture the innovation in the new products, in the new services. So here is the new app that comes to the market. What does it take for us to create a standard that can be embedded in this app? How do we reduce the time for people to implement even the logical model that Heinek and team worked so hard to create? What does it take? How do we do it? That was the community of practice. And we had 5 goals. The first one was demonstrate, show, don't tell. Second, connect different communities of practice. Third, implementers, get to the people that are doing it and teach them. 4, link with other networks, create a network, an ecosystem, and have people discuss with themselves how to do and push this forward. And then link to networks that are stronger than us and are linked to the industry, like Digital Europe, MedTech, ECH Alliance, ETEL, and others. But also link to the people that will work on the European health data space, the people that have the data, like Elixir, like IMI, different initiatives that hold secondary use of data, like BDBA. There are tons of initiatives that work with data as we speak. So what did we do? We actually had 6 deliverables. The first one was, how do we create a community of practice and how do we connect it to the ecosystem? The second was proofs of concept, demonstrators for one domain, rare diseases. Remember the domains, one of the domains was rare diseases. The other one is, how does this apply to chronic disease management and prevention? And then, does this, what we do, have anything to do with AI? So that was our 4th deliverable. And then, how do we actually use these standards and infrastructure for innovation? And finally, did we make it? How well we did? And this is the key point that I will spend another moment. So we actually created the framework. So thanks to the team of Work Package 2 and Diego and his team, we created some pages for a community of practice, for products and services that commit to implement the standards, and projects and initiatives that would like to collaborate with us. And then we had some very nice framework with key performance indicators to show what we did. The first one was proof of concept demonstrators. We promised 3 and we had 11. Whether they demonstrated the work that we did is questionable. They just were exposed with their problem to our specifications. The second one was events, and we had lots of events, because these are events that were organized somehow with the brand of X-eHealth. More events were events where we presented the ideas and the concepts. The third one was the geography. Did we manage to spread around Europe? And we did a fairly good job on that. The fourth indicator was how many implementers. And actually, these 30 implementers that you have here do not take into account the initiatives that were mentioned by Diego earlier to look into professional societies and work with them and show them what we developed. Here you see more of the people that were involved in the hackathons. What is important, however, is the last part about the evaluation. 9 participants from the teams in the first hackathon, thanks to Mina Boubaki for collecting this work for me. 9 participants for these teams answered the question regarding the use of the electronic health record exchange format, and they said that they are utilizing some of the ideas and concepts. How they did that, I think you should reach out to them because this is interesting to see how we can close the loop for looking forward. And 4 mentioned that they plan to do it in the future. We also looked into projects, and here I think we could have done much better. I mean, these are projects that we were somehow involved, us. We didn't do as much reaching out to others, getting a list of all the projects and contacting them. We didn't do that, unfortunately. There was too much work, too little time. And lastly is organizations that are committed to work with us. And we promised 10 organizations, and I think I hope that we will, in this last month, try to see how to reach this objective. So the hackathons were great. Actually, the team of SPMS did a majestic job in supporting the implementation of the hackathons. They also prepared these nice pledges. I hope that as a handoff, these pledges will be used in some way to make this ecosystem healthy, strong, and sustainable. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. We will now break for lunch. Those of you here present with us, please follow us. We'll be having lunch upstairs. Those of you watching us online, please note we will be back at 3:30 CET or 4:30 if you're watching from Portugal. Thank you very much. See you very soon. To begin our afternoon sessions, we will begin with a round table. We will be discussing how the outputs of X-eHealth can be implemented across the European Union. Now, this involves a dialogue between countries, the member states, between the relevant infrastructures in the European Commission, and obviously the people who have been producing these deliverables and this work within X-eHealth. This roundtable will be moderated by Marcello Melgara, Program Manager of eHealth Projects at ADIA from Lombardy region in Italy. It will also be attended by Clara Yirakova, over there on the right. Clara is from the Vysočina Regional Authority. She is also the HMSEG co-chair. She's based in the Czech Republic. We also have joining us remotely Konstantin Hiponen, Policy Officer at DG Santé with the European Commission. Hello, Konstantin, can you hear us?
Hello, good afternoon. Good to see you as well.
Thank you. And we will also have Giorgio Cangioli, as we've introduced Giorgio before, Technical Lead at HL7 Europe. And finally, we'll also have Vincent van Pelt, International Senior Advisor at NICTIS, eHealth Network Subgroup Chair. Vincent is from the Netherlands. So please, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours.
So just to start and warming up, I think this morning we had two very interesting sessions, and of course the opening session was great. Now we have really to think about opportunities and challenges for electronic health record exchange format and etc. And according to the plan, sorry, I'm here as a deputy of Stephanie Weber because it was Stephanie supposed to chair this meeting, but unfortunately she is ill at home, so I'm just a sort of, not avatar, but someone who takes, I have to read what was established. Anyway, so the point is, it was agreed that there should have been a 5-minute introduction by each of the speakers. I have a sequence here, and the first in line is Vincent.
Thank you. Yes, a little bit out of the blue because we were originally planning to have like bullets. So I hope you can follow what I'm about to present or say to you. I think if we think about the challenges that lie ahead, and of course with challenges come opportunities, but first we have challenges, I think. And one of the challenges I would like to highlight is the fact that if we want to implement these specifications in the member states and make it possible for hospitals, for other healthcare organizations to actually produce the information that we have been working on as a specification, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. If you, for instance, take a laboratory and you expect all the laboratories in your country to actually be able to produce lab results, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. You have to talk with the vendors, you have to talk with the labs themselves. So the immediate question from those parties, I gather, would be, so who's going to pay for that and what does it bring me? So I think the challenge that we are facing now is how do we indeed, I'll rephrase the question, how indeed shall we go about and make this possible, make this not just something that is funded, but also where we involve the laboratories in Europe, maybe talk at their level, have presentations there as well, make them aware of what is going on and make them acute on the fact that this is something that we are really, moving forward on. So I think that would be the first challenges. Of course, the opportunities are abound because if you have, just a simple example, if you have lab results from 5 different labs and you can put them together and make them into a nice graph, and then you can combine them with, for instance, the medication, and you can see that when a medication has been administered, that the lab results go down or go up. That is something that's really helpful both for the patient and for the healthcare professional. So bringing together all these silos and the information that is in there and making it more interoperable is, I think, a very big opportunity. And then I'm also only talking about lab, but there's 3 other topics that we need to discuss as well. So the imaging department is something that is huge, I think. And there we have other challenges than from lab. Hospital discharge reports in many countries, there is no structured hospital discharge report. Everybody does something, flat text. So there's really some education also. I don't want to sound this patronizing, but there's you have to bring with you the actual implementers and the actual users in this thought that by adding a little bit of structure to the documents makes it more reusable. And that's where the healthcare professionals themselves will get back what they put into the system. So if you make nice structured information into your EHR, then you can also reuse that for reporting, for benchmarking, for things that will make your healthcare process better. So challenge is also so indeed to bring along with you all the people who are actually at the hands of the typewriter. They have to actually put this information into the systems. And that's also where you need to look at the usability, I think. That's a forgotten aspect. If you are talking about standardization, People say, yeah, you should not let the doctor code. No, you shouldn't. But you should also make it easy to, and sometimes even quicker than in flat text, easy to put your data into the system. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now, Giorgio was the second one in line.
Yeah, so let me try to put the focus on the continual discussion that we started this morning about the X-eHealth specification. As described this morning, we have some reference model that is being created by X-eHealth, some specification that has been created by X-eHealth, and hopefully this gives a sort of help or can support what is the journey towards what can be a pan-European health ecosystem. But a pan-European health ecosystem is not just a matter, as we know, as was saying Vincent, of exchanging data across country, but we need to consider also other actors and the adoption of this specification also inside the country or within other organizations. Starting from what we were saying this morning, so based on what we have now in X-eHealth, what we need to move forward think. So obviously we need to continue to maintain that, and maintaining that means also to enable the adaptation of this specification to the different contexts of usage. So using the specification for cross-border exchange is one thing, but when you are going to use in your country, you need to adapt that in order they can fulfill the expectation of the country. But in both cases, you need to have some common part that could be reused and can be common across all the different contexts. So in that sense, we need to work in order to enable general design of our specification in order to achieve all these results, the common part and the adaptation to how to fulfill the expectation for managing the cancer patient or how to fulfill specific country-specific needs. In doing that, obviously, we need to have more actors involved. We may have, obviously, we need to have the member state, but we need to have SDO, we need to have the subject matter expert. This is a thing that we try to do in X-eHealth. Let's see how we can move this forward and how it can be done also in the future in order to continue the maintenance of our specs. And the other thing is that, as I was saying, a pan-European digital health ecosystem is for sure need to consider what is the member state, the interaction between member states, but we need to think about different level of cooperation, different level of infrastructure that we need to consider. Obviously we have the member state, but we have hospitals that would like to cooperate among them. We may have patients that can have an active role in this, and we mentioned this morning the patient mediated. So all these things are aspects that need to be considered when we are going to work and specialize and to maintain our spec in order to be able to support what is the current state. We need to continue to maintain and support what are the current infrastructure, but not as a competitive stuff, but also to start looking to what might be alternative. And these two can coexist, and we need to understand how to make this working together and how to manage in the right way the possible transition to new services and to new way of technology solution.
Okay, thank you, Giorgio. And going to Clara.
Yes, I'm supposed to be representing the member state point of view, and more precisely maybe the implementers on the member state level, because the MSEG is a group where the national contact point managers and people responsible for national contact points come together and work together and cooperate to bring on new services, cross-border services. So we on that level, on the NCP and MSEG level, are looking very much forward to obtain or to start working with the specification. But of course, before we start bringing them into reality, which is what we do on the NCP level, this all needs to happen. What Vincent has been mentioning, what Giorgio, you have been saying, because when we implement a new service, we need to be able to take something from the national infrastructure and send it to somewhere, and it needs to be understandable. this will still be a long way. We hope it won't be too long because from member state point of view, we know that we have a very robust infrastructure. The MyHealth.eu pipeline is a robust one, which will or should encompass more services. And right now we have only, or quote unquote only, I don't want to say only because a lot of work is behind it, patient summary and e-prescription. And the usage is not as wide as we would like it to. So we need the new services, we need the new use cases and new data flows. We need to implement them to kickstart the more extensive usage of the cross-border services. We need to, or we want to give our healthcare professionals and to the patient more information for their work or for their life, because we want to deliver. We want to show them what has been done during the time and money that has been spent already, but quite a lot of work behind it and a lot of considerations that were mentioned before. So we're looking forward to that. We need to, it's very hard to coordinate everything. Because we have the outcome of X-eHealth, which need to be worked on further. We have the EHDS. We have financial mechanisms, which are running on the sideline or at the same time. Member states are right now preparing applications into the EU4Health financial mechanisms, and they will be filing applications for new use cases in January. And in January, obviously, we won't yet have the guidelines for new services. We won't have everything ready. So it will be difficult for member states to prepare these applications, to estimate how much it will take to implement the new services. So a lot of things are happening at the same time. Member states are watching, of course, being very much involved. It has been mentioned that 22 member states are involved in X-eHealth, so it's not something that we'd be standing and waiting with our hands folded. A lot of things are happening at the same time, and we need to cooperate to make it a reality.
Thank you very much, Clara. So this is the member state standpoint. Now let's just listen from Konstantin, the European Commission Disease Santé, as a policy officer. What is your feeling? What is your perspective?
Thank you very much. And yes, I'm also working on MyHealth.eu as a policy officer. So glad to hear first Clara explaining all these next steps. And when we are entering these next steps of implementation, I would like to invite you to keep maybe 3 things in mind. And the first thing is our end users. We are working on technical specifications, on technical infrastructure. We enable, different flows of data, but sometimes, unfortunately, we forget that everything is to be used by people, not by computers. So we need to really talk to our end users, understand what data and what services they need, and how this data should be arriving at their end. And not only health professionals, but also, of course, patients should be kept in the loop. The second thing, and also connected to the previous one, is that the services, the new data categories, they are not operating in isolation. It's not like we have an e-prescription, which is completely separate, patient summary, which is completely separate, hospital discharge report, completely separate. They all come together, and they all are combined at the level of the screen of the health professional. So we also sometimes forget that these connections also exist at the level of technical specifications. So, for example, speaking about patient summary and lab results, well, there are already results in patient summary. Or if we speak about patient summary and e-prescription, well, in patient summary there is medication, and then we dispense it in e-prescription. So there are many, many links between these different data categories, different services, and the health professional rarely has more than 5 minutes to study all the data. So it really has to be presented in such a way that it's understandable and there is not too many clicks around to get the data needed for that purpose. In that sense, patient summary is really useful as a concept because it brings the data together in a condensed form. Maybe from that form there should be further links to other more detailed data. Again, speaking about results, maybe one could click on an interesting result and see the report behind it. So we should keep in mind the connections between different services when implementing. The last thing I wanted to say is about, well, there is no single European EHR, which was in the title of the roundtable, but I think what is meant is a combination of different national and cross-border electronic health record systems and services. So in order to provide something useful and usable by end users, we should perhaps use the service design approach. We should do more prototyping instead of going directly to data structures, to documents and so on. We should try to visualize things. We should try to explain also using visual approaches to the implementers, also to end users, because Clara mentioned already the services could have been already used much more. We see e-prescription is used quite a lot, but patient summary is still lagging behind, so we need to also teach our end users, we need to share this message of good cross-border, and not only cross-border, also national e-health services. So back to the room in...
Thank you so much. If we can summarize all what was said here in few words is, put user in the center, where user are health professional and citizen, listen to user, learn from user, implementing something that is useful for user, and teach users. And these are the keywords, keeping in mind usability, keeping in mind what Konstantin said. So really the scenario is to have things not in silos, to allow development within member states first, in line with the European standard, European guideline. Because if we have a desert at home with only transfer sends, not document. That is another key message. Now, it was planned to have question to the speaker, and I read the question because I was not creating the question. And the first question is how to be connected with the rest of the world with the cross-health output toward a common European EHR. Konstantin said a common European EHR is a dream, but who would like to take this question first?
I mean, if you want, you know that this connect to the, I think that my quick and first and easy answer is to try to move the X-eHealth specification to a global standardization process. Obviously, you can say, okay, you are biased because you are engaged with ISO, with CEN, with HL7, with IHE, and in the past with DICOM, so this is the way you are thinking. But I can explain you why and what this is needed. We try to, in X-eHealth, to realize things in order to be ready in that direction. As I described this morning, all these specifications try to reuse as possible the latest version of template and standard, IPS, IHE, XDLab, DICOM Part 20, and so on, in order to be already ready to close to what in the SDO they are doing. But and in that sense, what I really hope may happen is that the approach that was being followed in the recent past with the IPS could be replicated also here. I think this is has been a very great experience in which Europe pushed to having European work, European standard, and to help to push the SDO to work together in order to achieve results. And these results have been achieved because IPS is, for example, recognized as a global standard that this use and this also consider in any case is consider a strategic objective. in most of the SDO that are involved in the IPS. And they give also the open to what is the global interoperability and allow to the different implementer to adopt this kind of solution. What is, it might be a problem is the acceptance. So, and this is a way people are thinking SDO. So SDO are not trying to impose things or teaching people. What SDO are trying to do is to offer a space where to have discussion, may offer consensus base, and through that, you can bring your idea in order to have this push and promote at the global level. It's very hard if you want to reach a global market that you can propose a local solution. So if you are able through SDO to have that as a global standard, then this might be also maybe a place where you can try to impose your solution in a global market. So obviously, I hope that the work that has been done can be in the IPS could be, as I was saying, replicated. Even though I hope that not only the first part, but also the adoption then of this result could happen at the European level. This is what is happening, for example, for other countries like Canada that is adopting IPS, or New Zealand, or Argentina, or other. So I hope that the work in standardization promoted by Europe can then be actually reused in Europe as well.
Good. And in fact, also already in My Health at EU, as you know, we are slowly moving toward the adoption of international patient summary in our patient summary. So this is a tendency. As a member state, we have complained on moving targets of standards. So don't be fond of making standard to evolve, otherwise we will be killed by standard themselves. So this is a sort of consideration that we are doing, but of course we have to improve in order to provide, coming back to the past, to the initial statement, to our user what they need. And this is one of the points.
May I have a little extra
comment
on this? Yeah?
Right
okay,
now.
Thank you. When we were describing the specifications for imaging domain, we had a conversation with somebody, a representative of DICOM, and he said, I envy Europe because you're 27 countries, you have to discuss, you have to debate, and actually the end result becomes much better. If you are in a monoculture, the result may be skewed to one or the other direction. And actually I think that is one of the fortes of Europe, that we are countries that work together, we come from different backgrounds, but if it comes to healthcare IT, we don't speak different languages, we only speak different dialects. I mean, we use the same international standards, we use the same approach towards healthcare IT integration, and I think that's one of the strong points of Europe. I'm a bit in favor of Europe in this domain, but so yeah, you hear that, but I think we do have an advantage, being like this amalgam of different cultures.
So in one word, now Marcello is coming, of course, because I cannot avoid. So in eHealth, we accept and we push polygamy.
Yeah.
Not in life, but in health, yes. you know me, so I can. So, well, next question is, how?
Yeah, he was raising.
Oh, Constantine, please, forgive me.
I was testing whether the heads up is working. No, but I also wanted to intervene on this question. I just wanted to maybe highlight what are we trying to promote. Because we have two options. We can promote technical specifications and say, look, we have a beautiful technical specification here. It's adopted. It's a standard. It's a guideline. It's one message. We have also an opportunity for a much better message and say, look, this is not only a technical specification, but we have done it for 27 member states. It's working, which means it can work almost everywhere. We have seen this working, similar approach working with the EU Digital COVID certificate. Why it's used across the globe in 70 plus countries?
80.
Because it's simple, it's actionable, and people see that it's working. So hopefully we would be able to do the same with these new services, so they would be actually implemented across the European Union. That's where the European Health Data Space is leading us to set really the benchmark and see how there are services, not specifications only.
Indeed. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just an update, more than 80 countries.
Thank you. So next question is, how can we guarantee the sustainability of cross-eHealth result and add value to patients? I would say, how remove the word cross-eHealth and go for sustainability in general?
I think this is an important question because we don't want to lose the momentum. And we have all this knowledge together with all these working groups. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but where do we go to continue this? So that's an important question. I only can ask the question, but maybe somebody can give an idea of how the answer would sound.
I think we have a unique situation where we all know that member states, usually the e-health expert community is not a large one. We already in the cross-eHealth community, MSEG communities, e-health network have people wearing different hats, changing hats when they are attending different meetings. So what our advantage is that the people, we have continuity of people. The experts are continuing to work from one project to another, preparation, implementation. It's usually thinkable. So that's a unique situation that we need to, as you say, sustain and not lose the momentum, because we need to implement the new services. You were speaking about listening to, or so Konstantin, to the end users. We usually on the NCP level are in direct contact with the users, with vendors, with patients, healthcare providers, organizations who are asking us, well, you have cross-border services, that's great. What do you have there? Oh, patient summary. Okay, how many countries? Oh, you're live only with 3 countries. Call us when you're able to send in a hospital discharge report and retrieve lab reports and encounter reports, whatever. So we're facing this every day.
Chicken egg.
Chicken egg, exactly. We're saying, yes, we're working, we have the infrastructure, we're going to bring you the new services. But I think now is a very high time to actually make it into a reality, not to lose the attention of the end users, because they are, I think now is still a time when they're very attentive, they're looking forward to the services, they see what's going on, so we can't lose that. We have to keep the sustainability of the entire community, which we have and which is unique, as you were saying, I think.
And Konstantin, of course, you have an opinion about sustainability, so.
Thank you very much, Marcello. So building on what Clara just said, I think it's important that we go wide right from the start. And we shouldn't, therefore, perhaps set the bar too high when it comes to, how structured is the data, how detailed are all these different constructs, because it slows down the process. It's more difficult to test, it's more difficult to deploy, it means more and more changes to different systems. So I don't know, if we are trying to introduce a new, let's say, data category, a new document with 300 fields, it would take many more years than if we go and say, okay, yes, maybe some parts are not structured in the beginning. We will work together later on to improve this. But we need to go wide. We have to implement it in 27 member states, plus EEA countries, plus all software products which are run in these countries. So when we are speaking about, for example, the European Health Data Space, there are requirements for implementing all these different services. But if we set the bar too high from the beginning, it would take too long time. We need to develop something which is really implementable in the beginning, get it working, actually providing value to patients and to health professionals, and then maybe improve later.
So graduality is a
In
secret.
some cases, we can even start with PDFs exchange. That would already help to some extent. And later on, of course, translatable documents and so on, that is much better.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, we were in Lisbon some years ago, and we said something is better than nothing, is one of the statements, you remember, Clara. And the other statement is a gradual implementation. And the other statement that is the basis for the regulation, patient rights. So we must provide to our, I use citizen, not in a general concept, that we are member state. So we have to guarantee to our citizen, as member state, as Minister of Health, a minimum level of service. And of course, this includes also what Konstantin was saying, going cross-border. So sustainability for us, if we are thinking to company, it's a problem of sustainability. If we are thinking as member state, and there is a decision of a member state to provide to his own citizen a service, we are totally changing the role. That's why I was soliciting from Konstantin this message, because I think we have to reason here as member state toward our citizen. And I think this is very important. And thank you, Konstantin. Very good, very good. I think there are two questions. One is easy, and it was already answered. What will the work development, what will the work developed by X-eHealth imply for implementation, challenges and way to mitigate? Well, what can I say? Let's work, let's continue, let's do something more, let's complete the data set, let's complete the value set, let's go in this direction. I don't know if you have additional consideration. I don't know, Georgia.
Can I add one consideration? I
Of
think
course.
This is a lot of work that we have done. There are many, many programs that already have created great results. But I would personally like to have a more professional tooling environment where you can actually find everything that people can collaborate on. Most of these elements are already there, but they're not, they're not gelled into one development or thing, infrastructure, if you know what I mean. So we would really like to have an environment where actually the work that we're doing is visible right away, where we can point to the right people, asking maybe you can review this part, and that whole environment should be more professional, I would say.
Yeah, if I can connect to what you are saying. Obviously, we spoke about the part of the specification and services. In order to have the services, we need to know what you are going to exchange, how you're going to exchange, but also we need to be sure that these possible specs could be really adopted, could be tested, could be exercised, can be improved based on the feedback that you have by the real implementation and so on. You need to have different, I was saying before, different kind of stakeholders that are engaged that can actually, this is what we try to do a little bit with the Work Package 8 about the community of practice. This is what we are going to do in the Expand project. It will be the continuation of this project using the X bundle, so a set of different assets that not only the specification, but all the different assets that are needed in order to have the services done, and in which different kind of stakeholder, including user, including vendor, including implementer, including innovator, can cooperate in order to have this maintained and exercised.
Yeah.
So we hope that at least part of this, for specific domain, we can do that in Expand DH, but we hope that we can do that also for other, and this might be an open point.
You said everything except one single word that was discussed this morning, fire.
Okay.
This morning you said, oh, we have the implementation guide in CDA, we have the implementation guide in fire. I know there is an ongoing conversation in your group with Konstantin on how to evolve toward fire, and I think we have not to forget this evolution.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
By the way, I particularly also like the suggestion by Konstantin to create some sort of user sandboxes where you can actually talk with the doctors and say, okay, does this work? Do you need an extra field, or is this superfluous? And then by involving the end users in the process, you get much more traction for the end result. And actually, the standardization part should go a little bit on the background. It's can they use it? Can they indeed see the information in 3 or 4 minutes before they see the patient? Those kind of things should be brought more forward in the work that we do.
But we have also to consider how is evolving the world, meaning we always said, oh, we have to train, we have to teach health professionals. You know the situation in Italy I mentioned, so the Society for Pathologic Anatomy was asking for coding everything in SNOMED. So we are working on that. So we have not to consider that health professionals only want to write text. They also want to code, to provide reusable information. And this is a reality that you described in your country, others described in their own country. So not everybody is still working, engraving on a stone a patient summary. But
and we need those lighthouses. We need people who actually have worked with it, and they can prove that actually structured information entry can be quicker and have many more advantages.
And now I change the next question in something different. So how you envisage reality when Marcello will retire in 5, 20 years?
In 20
No,
years.
it's in a couple of years, but really, how you see this world, this situation to evolve? Because again, in X-eHealth we had extension, evolution.
I think the
hand from here, from Constantine.
Oh, Constantine.
There's a very small hand there.
You need to write
no, but
physically
raise your
the hand.
hand this way because we don't see the hand here. Constantine, please.
It was still. Yes, it was still on the previous question, and just to build on what also Vincent was saying. So we need to, of course, talk to our end users during the process, but the implementation is already starting. Now we need to understand first what should be implemented in the first round. So now we are approaching the implementation in My Health at the EU, and the X-eHealth project has offered us many different opportunities. There are different use cases. You can send this way, you can send that way, you can send using CDA, you can send using FHIR, you can send, you can implement different orders, etc. So there are quite many options on the table. But then, because My Health at the EU has to start with something, we need to understand what of all these options are the most, important for the end users, and we should probably start with this to bring the maximum value right from the beginning. So that's one challenge, to understand what exactly needs to be done in this first round. The second challenge is what technology should be used. So Vincent and Marcello, you are mentioning CDA FHIR. That's one decision to be made because, again, we cannot have too many options if we are all going to implement something in 27 member states and in all software products. It has to be relatively simple so that we can do it in a relatively short time. And there, yes, maybe I could continue with the answer to the next question. 5 to 10 to 20 years, we will have the European health data space, hopefully, working and offering very usable services to health professionals and to patients, implementing the patient rights. And for that, of course, we need common specifications, and we need something which is really implementable in all EHR systems across the European Union. So it's really a difficult task, but still manageable task.
Great. And any point from your side in 5, 20 years?
5 to 20 years, I believe that cross-border services will be a normal thing for a new generation of healthcare professionals. It won't be some advantage or something new that they will be learning, but it will be a normal reality and a part of their everyday work. I really do believe that the benefits are there, and that's the reality that we will have. And you will still be here. Just watching and being happy.
So who else?
Yeah, I mean, that I will copy a little bit what Konstantin was saying in a different way. So what I see is really a measure control of patient. So how patients now are used to take the mobile, to take the computer, and whatever it is, can book a flight, can book an hotel. I would imagine that people can enable the access to their health data, and maybe they will not either. We speak about cross-border. Maybe we cannot consider we could have different provider. It could be the member state, could be a region, could be a private provider, and you can use your data that could be exchanged, and hopefully can be reused also for secondary use. And these are all things that are in the Health Data Space Regulation proposal. The gap is how to get there, and I hope we can really work on that in order to find the right, sorry to repeat myself, the right ecosystem of standard that can help you to obtain that. Because imagine that you have only one solution that fits for all the purposes is a wrong approach. You can have the standard that will enable you to verify your certificate, but this is, it might be a way to obtain a service, but on the background, you may have the same information that are exchanged in a way that could be exchanged across EHR, and you can derive your certificate that could be checked in your mobile, deriving from this data that can be reused for secondary use. And what you need to find is a way to enable to use all different technology, all different stuff in a consistent way. So if you, I mentioned this morning, you may have OMOP for secondary use for cancer, and then you have the data that are captured in FHIR, or whatever we will have in 20 years, will not be FHIR, will be something else, that can get the information from the primary process and obtain the secondary use directly from the primary source without having someone that looking into different registry or different source in order to compile by hand the data. This is what I'm envisioning. So, and I hope all of us have similar vision.
5 to 20 years, that's a long time span.
I was just thinking that it's a big
okay, maybe we start with 5 years. I think that if we talk about structured information, standardized information, that the primate will not be anymore into the silos, but more patient-centric. So anything that's related to those specifications that have been created, shaped, and formed in the way that they are translatable, that they're transfigurable, that they're reusable, I think that will converge towards a more patient-centric architecture. And I think that although, of course, there's a lot of information in, for instance, a hospital that is location-based and location-oriented, these kind of nice gems that we are creating, they should go to the patient level. And then wherever you are, and that's not international, that's anywhere, if you have indeed access to this information, then we have solved many, many problems. So that's maybe even in 5 years we can do that. And I hope that in 20 years we will see new technologies, but also new solutions that we cannot even fathom yet, because all the gold is in those silos, but it's not being mined. And if you are really bringing this information together and you create a system where this information actually can be interpreted and analyzed, there's a lot of things that still need to be worked out, but that's true, it takes time, but 20 years, I think that we will have happy doctors.
If we will have a doctor.
With their systems. I mean,
if they're not substituted by
my system supports me in my work, it gives me good advice, it helps me doing this, I have good connection with the patient, we together work on what the plan is, and we work it out together. And the patient is empowered, the doctor is happy, that's where we're going to.
And the only thing I would like to add is things should be developed locally, meaning in a country, following European agreed or worldwide agreed guideline in all the domain, medication, pathology, etc. So you have a good background on which you can grow this new service, this full, complete interoperability, and as I wrote in my initial slide this morning, a seamless interoperability of mind. So really exchanging information. Any other point? I think we have 5 minutes for additional question coming from the floor.
2 minutes.
So 2 minutes. Well,
Robert?
Oh, please. I think that we have a mic here.
Marcello, we have a mic already, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that works.
Hi, thank you. Robert Stagway from CENTEC 251. One of the things that I've been missing in the debate so far is the national dimension. What's the influence of current national initiatives and current national specifications on the uptake of the X-eHealth specifications? Is there any insight into that? And can you expand a bit on that?
Who wants to take the floor for?
Do we expect national standardization efforts in 5 years or 10 years? Or are we going to collectively work on this?
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the history.
Yes.
There is a lot already there. There is
Sure.
a lot already invested, and you do reference, for instance, the difficulties in the discussions about fire, because so much has been invested in CDA up till now. But for a country that has already invested in some form of patient summary, whether it's the clinical summary in the UK or the
maybe a quick reaction to that, if I may, because that may be a misunderstanding. The proposal, or at least that's something that we're going to ask, and we, I mean the technical subgroup, we ask the eHealth network to allow us to perform a survey, including some information like a non-paper. But what we ask is whether they think that for the new use cases, they think that FHIR would be the way to go. And we would not propose to work on the patient summary or the e-prescription, as that is already there. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That would be a waste of effort. But for the new use cases, this is a golden opportunity to switch to FHIR, in our idea. Yeah. So
that was just a reference to the discussion. I mean, my real question was about to what extent do you see a problem with the current implementations of patient summary, of e-prescriptions, of discharge summaries, of lab results, of medical imaging, within countries that are not compatible with the X-eHealth specifications, and is that also something that we already see currently with the patient summary, that people do have patient summaries floating around their country, but not being able to make the connection between their national patient summary and the cross-border patient summary?
I think
no, you go.
Just a short comment. That is what we're facing very presently in the patient summary and e-prescription services. Obviously, when a country is entering into operation, some countries already do have a ready national infrastructure and is looking for ways to become compatible. If it means changing something, or we don't like to say change because obviously it's hard to change on national level, but maybe making some smaller amendments on national, that's fine. Sometimes what happens if that a country comes and says maybe something could be changed in the specification, that also happens and it might be changed. So these negotiations are going on all the time. They're going on maybe not at the level, at the strategic level, maybe not so much, maybe more on the implementation level where the countries are already practically implementing and finding out those details. Usually there are, or hopefully there are not very big problems, but details which need to be changed or altered or discussed, and maybe some agreement comes between the countries so that it can be implemented. But this is already taking place in the prescriptions and patient summaries, and will definitely also be taking place in the new use cases.
Yeah.
And only as a word, yes, there are implementation. We know that in Europe, patient summary almost don't exist. And there are initial implementation, and anyway, a document of a patient is obsolete in few hours, a prescription in few months, a patient summary. And of course, we must keep the history of the patient but the system will evolve. And we heard that already member states are developing solutions in CDA to transform binding fire. So there is a lot of flexibility. But as Vincent said, Clara said, and Konstantin said, we're really, again, to listen to our country, to our member state, to access what if or what when CDA will be no longer supported by HL7, by others, and we are all evolving toward new technology. So it is important. Your question is fundamental. We must keep it in mind. We have not to throw away everything, of course, immediately, as Konstantin, but to have slowly start in an affordable way an evolution toward the future. And you remember, we were born with a mainframe. You don't remember mainframe? Yeah. Then came workstation, then came this thing. So technologies evolve.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I think we reached the time. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Clara. We will now break for a short coffee break. And thank you, Konstantin. We will now break for a short coffee break. See you in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Next up in the agenda, we will be handing out the X-eHealth Interoperability Award. In the work that X-eHealth had planned, one of the things that we set ourselves to do was to create an interoperability award. This award envisages not to create a financial or a material reward to anyone, but to create an opportunity to generate synergies and conversation within the ecosystem of digital health in Europe. When we started out, we had no idea how much interest we were going to have from the different digital health partners in Europe. More on that and telling you what the award is and just how much interest we've had. I'd like to invite on stage Katia Souza Pinto, coordinator of the International Projects and Relations Unit at SPMS. Katia, please.
Okay, thank you, Sergio, and let's go to the most awaited moment of the day, where we will be knowing who the Interoperability Award winner is. And before going to know the winners of this award, just to tell you that this award intends to recognize excellence and innovative endeavor in other initiatives or projects. So we were not doing our work alone. We reached out to all the stakeholders and organizations across the Europe and beyond to make sure that we were aware of the different initiatives and projects going on in what relates to health data interoperability. So our award will actually reward one award winner and 4 honorable mentions. So for the interest of promoting diversity, we allowed a maximum of 2 applications for the same country of origin. There were very different phases for the Interoperability Award, and we had a jury board selection phase in the first step and then a public vote phase. In the application phase, we had 19 applications from several different countries, and those applications were then submitted to a jury board selection phase. we made sure that we had a very well-recognized and full of expertise panel of jury members. And so you can see here on the screen who our jury members were: Stephen Pozniak, David Ortiz, Luis Martin Bonmati, Nicolas Papanikolaou, Catherine Turner, and Juan Garcia, who I personally thank for the hard work of selecting through 19 different projects that apply to our award. The selection, just to be transparent about the criteria, was based on 4 different criteria. We were looking for, first of all, trust-inspiring initiatives, so the ones that show transparency, security, and ethical responsibility on handling data, and that would focus in providing solutions to improve transparency and security of data sharing. The second criteria was innovative excellence, so we were looking for initiatives that are committed to advance a potentially paradigm shift in innovation in the field of health data interoperability. We were also looking at technical excellence, so initiatives that demonstrated great attention to data quality while employing criteria or methodologies that ensure that users and stakeholders can have access to consistently high-quality data. And the last criteria was following X-eHealth. So if initiatives, we also wanted to reward initiatives that are well-positioned to be beneficiaries of X-eHealth outputs or that had been contributors to our work in what relates to interoperability. So the jury board members selected 13 different projects that were finalists and that were then subject to the public phase vote. So we opened the public phase vote, and we had a lot of attention during this phase. And 3 honorable mentions were distinguished by the jury, and 1 award winner was distinguished by the public. And now to present the honorable mentions, I will call to the stage Catherine Turner, that its project partner was also a member of the jury, and we will have the opportunity to have her here to select, to identify, and to let us know finally who are the winners for the honorable mentions. And then after Catherine, we will have Dr. Luis Pinheiro here to let us know who the award winner will be for the Interoperability Award. Catherine, please, the stage is yours.
So, thank you, Katja. Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm very I'm very delighted to, on behalf of the jury, deliver now the honorable mentions to the winner or the winners, and I will no longer keep you in suspense and progress. So the first winner of the following honorable mentions for the categories, 3 categories, were won by this project or initiative. First category is trust inspiring, then innovative excellence, and then technical excellence. This is this one, this nice award. And I'm asking the winner to the floor, please, to get the award. Or the honorable And I think there will be now a video shown before you can maybe.
Thank you very much for this honor. It's extremely overwhelming to win 3 honorable mentions, of course. Who would know that? I'm a little bit nervous, I can feel. Sorry. I would, of course, like to thank my partners in this pilot project we did last year. And there were several organizations in Denmark involved, the capital region, a municipality called Herlev, and the GP's organization platform called PLSP. And all of those parties had suppliers, of course, that worked together with us to accommodate really huge kind of outcome. We combined messaging and data sharing infrastructure using SCS and our national messaging platform. And we used a EU messaging platform called eDelivery, a building block in EU, as our new messaging infrastructure in Denmark. In the ministries, we had a lot of help from the Danish Ministry of Health, the Agency of Data authorities were helping a lot, and the Agency of Governmental Data also helped a lot setting up the EU platform. Yeah, what to say? I have a lot of thanks for all those parties, and not only is this a pilot project, it will also be going to be a national infrastructure starting next year, where we are rolling out the first production pilot, we are calling it, for using it within a new fire standard, communicating fire lab data, and some observations by nurses in municipalities to GPs. And later on, after evaluation of the initial part, we will roll out to all the standards in Denmark. Thank you very much for this.
So this was a very outstanding project that was able to win even 3 of the honorable mentions. Now we have 1. Okay, this was the video from before, yeah? Yeah, okay. So we have one category that's still missing to announce the winner of the honorable mention for the category following X-eHealth. And I'm asking now the representative of the Portuguese EU COVID digital certificate solution to come to the floor to receive the honorable mention. Congratulations. Now I think we're going to watch a video before you can say some words. Yeah? Video.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well, it's quite an honor to be here accepting this award, and particularly in the name of our team. And it was quite a big team that developed this. So at some point, we had around 60 people working on this. And whilst every country ended up implementing something like this, what we tried to do was take the opportunity to build a platform that was future-proof. So we wanted to respond to the emergency, to the COVID emergency, but we also wanted to build something that we could use later on to leverage on verifiable credentials, so that we could expand this platform, leverage on what was being built on the X-eHealth and other European projects, so that we can link and issue credentials from the Portuguese ministry and link those credentials to future developments, like, for instance, what is happening now with the EU DI wallet. So it is quite an honor to be here. Thank you all. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. As Katya was mentioning, these were the honorable mentions, and we also have a winner of the public vote for the award. The objective of the public vote was to have an earnest recognition from the digital health community as to what was the most interesting, the most impactful initiative in this award. So I would like to call to the stage the chair of the board of SPMS, Luís Góes Pinheiro, por favor.
Hi. So, the winner is no? Are you ready? So it's not. The winner is Unveiling One Health at Autonomous Region of Madeira.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is indeed a great honor to be here and to receive this award. We in Madeira have been developing this system that has so much to do with what has been said here along this day. That is, we have really a system that is centered in the patient, and that has, since the beginning of its development, that goes back to many years ago, interoperability has been in its DNA. Back then, I would say interoperability, integration were not really buzzwords like they are nowadays. Also because technology was different and it has been evolving. But the fact is that we wouldn't possibly be here at this moment with this solution and this system that has been growing so much and that nowadays is interoperable with many others, either systems that are developed in-house, as we have a large development team, but also with the external solutions. We, as in the video was indicated, we also integrate with the national health entities, and we have been also involved in European Union funded projects in which we have already applied and used FHIR, which was so much mentioned here today, and we've been doing, it's a start, it's a beginning in this area, of course, but we, for all that is available so far in HL7 FHIR, we are already working with it, and so it's really a great honor to receive and to see how our project and the work we've been doing comes to meet what is expected for the future, especially in Europe regarding the electronic health record. Thank you all, and I thank you very much to the team, my team, the team that is working, that has been working on this project for so long. They are amazing, yeah, this is it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, the final item for our agenda, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I'd like to ask our colleagues if our remote guests for this block are already ready. Are they good to go? The final item in our agenda for today is a debate on paving the way for the digital decade. What we wanted to have for this debate was to bring together several different actors from the digital health ecosystem. And we wanted to have a discussion with what can be the way forward. Where can we go for the next 10 years in terms of digital health? This is a dialogue that we would like to have between vendors, primary, secondary use, the Commission, the member states, a discussion that involves everybody on where to go, what the challenges are, and what the roadmap is, what the crossroads are ahead. For this section of our agenda, the moderator would be Gaby Wildenbos, Senior Advisor at NICTIS. You've already heard from her today. Gaby, please. I would also now like to invite to the stage Dimitri Etten. Dimitri, please. Dimitri is Digital Health Architect at Oracle Health, based in Austria. Please. I would also now like to ask to come to the stage Antoine de Marasset-Neuf. Antoine is projects responsible at ANS. That means Agence du Numérique en Santé from France. Thank you, Antoine. I would also now like to ask Robert Stegvey. Robert is chair at CEN TC251 Health Informatics, based in the Netherlands. Robert, please. Joining us online also now is Kyriakos Hatsaras. Kyriakos, hello. Can you hear us?
Hello, Sergio. Can you hear me? Is my sound coming through?
Yes, we can hear you. We heard.
Thank you.
Yes. Kyriakos is with DG Connect. We've heard from him today during our opening ceremony. We also have joining us Mr. Tapani Piha, who is a senior advisor at Citra. He works also in the TEDIS Joint Action and in FinData. Tapani, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Helsinki calling back.
All right. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. There's lots of energy in the room because of the Innovation Award, so I hope for the people online in this debate, but also for the viewers, that this energy will come across, and also that we will have an energetic and inspiring debate. What we will do is we will try to touch upon 3 to 4 topics. I will give a short introduction per topic, also on what has already been discussed today regarding this, and then we can elaborate on that from the different perspectives here at the table. Please feel free to comment on each other, to have a interactive discussion, and I will moderate the time per topic. So what we will start with is, in the morning, we have heard what is available and implementable outputs from X-eHealth, focused on the European electronic health record exchange format. And for example, there's the functional requirements for the 4 domains. There's the new eHealth network implementation guides focused on lab and the preparation of the other domains. There's initial value sets. And in the afternoon, we have talked a bit more about what's the importance of this and what are next steps to take. So topics that we have come across were not to lose the cooperation and not to lose the momentum that we have now. Also a bit the scope of the new joint action and aspects related to that. We have talked about the different, I call it, action levels of governance. So the national action level, the transnational or European action level, even global action level we have discussed a bit. And of course, we have discussed patient access and patients in all of this, and how they can get their data. So that relates a bit to the first question that I want to ask you, and that is in talking about these next steps. What do you think are the priorities regarding implementing the exchange framework from your perspective? And I would like to start online. So Kyriakos, perhaps you can have a first discussion about this.
Gabi, many thanks. So in the morning we've talked about the huge interest that the deliverables of the project have drawn. So when we look about the next steps, one key area seems to be very important, and that is the capacity building phase. So in essence, cultivating the ground for larger scale adoption of the results, enabling people on the ground to be able to work with the results and the deliverables. And I think I would go as far as to say that the evidence also has to be generated in order to support and guide that adoption. After all, we are in healthcare, and we do know that successful innovation and their adoption is often based on evidence. So capacity building has a larger pace with evidence at its core in order to drive that adoption.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Kyriakos, here you just mentioned the capacity building as a first module on those priorities. I believe this is a very interesting topic, it is important here to have, so here the debate of today is about the EU and what we do all together. But you need your national infrastructures to be ready and set up. And in terms of capacity building, what is really important is to enable, today we had the keywords about the implementers. For example, to help the implementers design the system in a sense as the member states could have setting the right cursor in between incentives and conformity and regulations. This is really hard to be conformed, to be within a perimeter of interoperability. Thus, you need to as well help them through incentives. For example, in France, we do have something called the Ségur de la santé, of the health. And in this one here, we try to set up high requirements to go to a specific target, but as well as to help the software, the vendors, the software vendors, and the health professionals, the structures, to go to that target. And a second thing I would say is that if we want to share European data, we need the repositories, right? Local repositories. And in that sense, we might think of the logic behind, for example, the concept you'd like to implement. Is it an opt-in or opt-out module? For example, in France, we had the shared medical records, and it was opt-in. So that means that the patient has to create his account, or the health professional has to create the account for the patient and upload the data. And we switched to the opt-out. That means the coverage is 100%. All French citizens will have a patient data repository. So in capacity building here, I think this is what we need to keep in mind. And also always to integrate the patients, health professionals, software vendors. And a bit earlier today on, we discussed about the interfaces as well, UX, UI, how to, actually it was Constantine who just said we need in few clicks to be able to structure this all.
Yeah, so if I can pick up on what you're saying about, from the vendor side of things, so from that perspective. So first of all, I think it's like we look probably as, and representing here like industry at large, and I probably have this capacity because we are also a member of the Digital Europe, which is sort of representing different types of vendors. And I think there is like also a multi-layer representation and a multi-layer capacity building from that standpoint, because there are vendors, and we, for example, like what I work for, and we develop products. Those products are meant to be replicable, repeatable across the board. So our business in scaling. So if we don't see a market for us to scale, this is very difficult for us to invest in that. And so we would always be trying to evaluate whether this is a worthy investment or not a worthy investment. And then that would go into what we've been hearing also today. There is different approaches in how you implement your national infrastructure. Whether one country would go and try to expand and build the in-house capabilities, and maybe contract a little bit of here, a little bit of there, creating a tailored solution which is very fit for purpose, but that's not, for example, scalable in time in that sense that it is just limited to a department of 100 people, 200 people, but it's still a limited capacity. Then there would be other ways. You can try to contract other types of organizations like system integrators. They would also try to build something fit for purpose, but only fit for purpose for the specifications that a specific country or region has in mind. And this also brings us to a question, so if we try to build those capacities, we're trying to plan for this, what is that we are planning for? Are we planning, as an industry, for those tailored implementations, or are we trying, as it's supposed to be here, with X-eHealth and other initiatives, like and kind of going to the future with EHDS, whether that's going to be a harmonized specification across the board and harmonized also to the level of implementation, not the governance level like we kind of often see, but also can we expect that there will be the market, the kind of the European market where we're going to see the scale that we can, invest into. That would be like from the industry standpoint, that is the most important for us, the transparency into what that's going to be. The tailored solutions, the custom solutions, or there's going to be the market for the out-of-the-box solutions that also have a lot of benefits from that standpoint. But maybe we can also touch about that part of the product development with some other question.
I think that also relates to the scalability. I'm sorry, I think I hear from online, so please speak.
Thank you. In the TEHDAS project, we are actually working on the kind of a high-level policy making and trying to see that how the European health data space regulation can be taken forward. And I think that the latest intervention linked to that how this European health data space then is linked to this format. The electronic health record for exchange format, of course, is much more practical than what we have been working on, because we have been working on a policy implementation of the proposal from the Commission. There's one thing which I think that we need to keep in mind on this policy side, which is that first of all, it takes time before the European health data space will become reality. The negotiations in the Council, they are now going on, and the Parliament is getting on stream. But if everything goes really well, because it's a huge piece of legislation with a lot of details, very ambitious, which means that the negotiations may take longer. But let's assume that it takes about 1.5 years, which means that the political negotiations would be done by the end of next year, 2023. After that, the regulation enters into force 1 year later. Then there are certain delays for certain implementations. But if we remember how long did it take to implement the Patient Rights Directive? I remember that when we were in our unit, we're still looking at the implementation of the Patient Rights Directive. 5 years after the entering into force, we were still in full swing on implementing it. So that means that when we are speaking of the European health data space, the implementation obviously starts immediately, but it will take time before it is fully implemented. Then there is this time between now and when it enters into force. It's a good 2 years. And of course, what we have seen in the TEHDAS project is that the Commission is very actively already starting the implementation. And I think this is something which also the Member States and the stakeholders like the industry need to keep in mind, that we are not waiting until the legislation is in place. We are already starting to do the preparatory work. Of course, once the legislation is in place, it will help us to take more concrete steps also.
Thank you very much.
Follow up on that, Gaby?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there's really a sense of urgency and a sense of enthusiasm around the European health data space. That we're actually moving in a direction that we've been foreseeing for quite some time. And I really like the idea of really growing the capacity of people to actually understand what we're trying to do, to actually work with what we're trying to do. And in line with the work or the field that we're working in, I would really add experience to the capacity building. So one of the recommendations that we make in our innovation deliverable from X-eHealth is to really set up an innovation space where people can actually work with the specifications, work with the tools, and probably most important, work with a real set of test data. Getting test data in this field is very hard because it's personal health data and you need to make sure that it's anonymized and structured, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really something that we need to work on to enable people to not just hear the talk, but actually go there and do it for themselves. And that especially relates to the domains that we've listed throughout X-eHealth, of course, where are the priorities. And in our deliverable, we also identified a few top ideas around the imaging, learning in AI and decision support, but also with the digital COVID certificate that just won an honorable mention award here. So there's communities out there, communities of practice that really want to move forward. And if we enable them and bring them into the fold of the European Health Data Space and the X-eHealth specifications, then that's where we are all moving. I mean, we can, in part, determine the future by acting now and reaching out to people and making sure that industry is engaged and help people forward.
Maybe also like a little comment. So I'm thinking, so we also kind of discussed this, like this, what we do within the X-eHealth initiative. So we develop specifications. Now that goes into the implementation, and the national governments take this, own this, and start the process of either, again, developing something, buying products, whatnot. And the questions here is like, again, from that capacity building, from that perspective is, for instance, Konstantin mentioned that in his speeches, that this is just a specification, right? So our aim is to make the life of clinicians a little easier. And through the specification, this isn't clear, right? So again, if we discuss, hey, this is a patient summary, this is another domain, what is that we do, right? This question was raised, is like, who is doing this heavy lifting, is actually trying to implement something usable, what we call, on the product development side of things, user experience, right? This is a big topic for, across the board, across all the industries. Everybody is trying to optimize, trying to understand how to build the best performing product that helps at the point of operation, the point of care in our view. And this is one of the things, probably, if industry gets its voice, maybe even earlier on, we can be the part of the conversation where we can contribute in that regard. So it's like looking at the specification, what kind of product really can be developed out of it? Whether, the field is right there where it needs to be, where the information comes at the right time, and visualized the best way, it's possible to visualize it. This is something where, I believe, the industry is a big supporter. We've got experience across the board from all the different industries. That's where we really can kind of chip in and say, hey, this is how this can look like, and we can work together, understanding what is the best way to deploy a particular tool to a particular use case. And I think that's a little bit, I didn't want to be, provocative here, but I think that, it's probably within the X-eHealth conversation, industry wasn't so much welcome until, probably I was given, this opportunity and honor to speak up. But usually it's a little different with the TEDAS project. As far as I know, TEDAS used to have an open call maybe 2 years ago about this time, where, there were some vendors who were able to respond to this open call and join the development of the specifications, whereas for X-eHealth, there was not an opportunity in the past. Maybe again, as we discuss what could be the next steps. Going forward, there would be value from, it looks like that there is a place for the industry to contribute this kind of expertise. Maybe again, we are not the best experts, and we don't have the hands-on experience across, European Union in, understanding how the policies can be implemented. But in terms of developing particular tools for particular use, this is definitely what we can bring to the table.
Thank you. I think that's also a nice bridge or segue to the second topic actually on this debate. Because you mentioned industry. In the morning we have already mentioned that there's many stakeholders involved in this. For example, also, of course, the patients, the healthcare professionals, the different levels of where we're acting at. One of the things that was mentioned throughout the project was also the key challenge on how to engage all these stakeholders, how to cooperate together. And that leads to the question, as representative of a stakeholder here, or as knowing needs of the stakeholders, what would you like to point out as aspects that are, in your experience, important for, well, let's say the next 10 years on how to involve the needs of your stakeholder, but also how to cooperate together?
I feel, so just a bit earlier on today, Vincent, you highlighted the sandbox. And this is the paradigm here, is that we don't want to follow a process, a path that shapes actually your behavior, you go that way. It's more as a collaborative effort in building so-called sandbox. And in this, you actually let anyone collaborate as a group or as an individual level. And this helps, instead of shaping this behavior as a process, you here create an engagement of communities of practices, of standardization groups. Probably here you might have some good examples through the IPS and on why it is really important to innovate through standardization. And I believe this is kind of a key here. We're changing a bit on how do we work together, enabling specific spaces, tools, pedagogic instruments, and in the way we collaborate together.
Thank you for that. And it's also what Giorgio Congioli mentioned earlier, is really that also as the people developing the standards, by the way, we are always an all parties at the table endeavor. So we are actively engaging with all the stakeholders out there, even though we are missing some because they need to come to the table and we cannot force them. But the work that we're doing really is increasingly reliant on getting these first-hand experiences. It used to be that, especially within Zen and ISO, that we would just sit together with a group of experts and come up with what's the best way of doing this, and then in 5 years revisit this and do we still think the same way? That's not the way it's going to happen in the future. We really need the engagement through the sandboxes, through the innovators, to actually understand what's happening out there and how are our standards being used and how does that influence the way that we need to deliver our standards, but also to support the standards in terms of tooling, in terms of automated access to what we have created. So that the developers can actually point to different parts and say, well, this is the model, and model-driven development is really something, and low-coding environments are really out there. So if we want to play a role in that modern way of software development, our tools need to also link to that type of development work. And we no longer want to publish 150-page PDF documents that you have to pay 134 Swiss francs for to actually get access to. I mean, that's not the way we envision it. Of course, we're part of ISO, we're part of CEN, which set the rules in the generic way, but of course we're working with HL7, we're working with IHE to actually make sure that most of our specifications end up in tooling that can be readily used. And we need that whole group together to make sure that from the conceptual part all the way through the actual workflow implementation and the choice of standards, we actually make sure that we have a solution that people can pick up and work with and feed back to us what doesn't work, so we can fix it.
I see some nodding online. Tapani.
Thank you. The exchange format is of course an important tool, and but it will be quite an uphill struggle to get the message through in the member states to the stakeholders, so that the hospitals and the companies there realize that this tool is there and needs to be implemented. Of course, once the regulation has been adopted, there is an obligation for actors to pay attention to that. But I think that one of those things which are important things at this point of time is this member states' readiness to work with the stakeholders, and so that the stakeholders get the message that the European health data space is coming. We just yesterday and today we had a big meeting in Finland which collected something like 200 people just to listen at what's going on. And the idea is that we are early on informing the stakeholders of what will be coming. At the same time, of course, it was clear that the text of the regulation may change, but still the basic concept will stay. There's one thing which is actually a message to the Commission, and it links to what I said earlier, that it will take time to implement this. And I think that one of the things which is important for stakeholders that we are planning to have a long-term sustainable funding of investments. So that the problem with the funding issue is always that when a topic gets politically hot and sexy, then money flows to that. But when the time is over, even if the work is not yet done, easily the money goes to the next hot topic. And therefore, I think that one of the calls for the Commission and the Member States is that remember that this will take time, and we need to continue funding the different things to get it really online.
Thank you. I think that might relate a bit to what you were saying as well on the industry's need and scalability in that sense. Would you like to?
Yeah, so yeah, it's an important element. For example, so for industry for years, there's been pretty comfortable way engaging with the traditional SDOs. So that was a place for the industry to participate in the working groups and having a clear, contributing engagement, if you will. Now, I think that, in the previous panel, I think that was actually even already raised. So for example, can X-eHealth become part of a particular SDO? Can it be part of HL7 so that it is not just a European exercise? And I think that what is sort of evident in a way is the International Patient Summary, which is in many ways influenced by the work which was done here in Europe. This is not very common, right? So most of the standards that actually they come to us, from the other side of the Atlantic. So it's rare that we bring something back over the Atlantic. And this is one of the ways that probably what we develop here, IPS is a great example. Can we try to build more on top of those other things, the demands that we are trying to specify here for the European market? And that immediately gonna reflect on the scalability for us, right? Because if this is part of the international development, all of the things that we develop here in Europe, for me, for example, representing an American vendor, our voice is always low in terms of bringing the ideas to the headquarters. So, but if that's already, by definition, is an international development, not an isolated European activity. I mean, it is done for Europe, but it isn't isolated from the activities that HL7 is, for example, doing, or IHE at large is doing. So then it would immediately I won't need to sort of come and ask for something. That will be already part of the overall, investment plan, roadmap development for, the industry people. And that would also, it's a little going away a little from the X-eHealth today. But for example, if we look at the EHDS proposal that stands today, for example, in parts of the EHR certifications, that is also an extremely big impact on vendor side. It's there is obviously, it's just mentioned out there that it's going to probably require a certification. But what kind of certification? What kind of stakeholders going to be involved in this certification? Are we reinventing something? We've already got, for example, CE. We already got some, in the US, there might be an FDA doing something around this certification. Are we going to create something new again, and it's going to be another stakeholder? Or are we going to try to leverage the existing, so to speak, governance or infrastructure model? Because we would like to do so, because otherwise the investment to certify something again for an unclear market, it's a big deal, right? It's going to be very difficult maybe it's going to be easier for the European-based companies, but then that's going to limit the competition, right? If the outsiders out of the EU, they are limited in terms of the way how they see these certifications could happen. So we probably don't want to reduce the competition, rather we want to open it for the competition. And that would be just another element. So who is that another stakeholder? Are we having more and more stakeholders? At some point it is good, but maybe the balance of those variety of different stakeholders needs to be kind of achieved some way or another. Otherwise, we're just going as an industry, right? So I'm kind of a little complaining here, but we're going to get here, we're going to certify something here, then we're going to need to comply here, we need to comply with this element, with that element, and hopefully, at least with the X-eHealth specifications, we may not need to go and be compliant with individual member states. However, I don't discount this, because so far we need to comply with local things, especially taking, I'm pointing at some representatives of the IHE, there are projectathons versus connectathons, so it's not enough today to have and go and test against IHE connectathons either in Europe or in the US, but then we've got projectathons in the country, which are different. So that involves, basically, that means that every vendor needs to go in every particular country and go through the projectathons. Otherwise, they're not accepted for the procurement, if you will. They're not shortlisted or not pre-selected and whatnot. So that kind of a balance of different stakeholders is a little, scaring us on the industry side. I understand that kind of healthcare is a complex industry, so we always tend to, complicate and, grow in terms of the stakeholders involved, but still, so there's the need of a balance. Otherwise, it would also in turn reduce the competition, because not everybody would be able to afford going through all the steps, or we won't be able to just copy something good from Finland, for example, to Slovakia, right? So if there are different certification methods in each individual country.
I think Kyriakos has his hand up, and I am sure he also has thoughts about this.
Yes, well, I wanted to offer two brief reactions. First to Tapani. Tapani, the message is well received. We are looking at ways to sustain that support and also how to optimize it in terms of the scope and activities to be shared across the ecosystem. Also, in response to Dimitri's comments, and without wishing to favor any particular stakeholder group, I think one would readily recognize that the involvement of industry is absolutely key in such endeavor, because industry bring resources, expertise, and the overall ability to add traction to the adoption of the outcomes we all seek for the patients and indeed the practitioners.
Thank you. So I think we've touched upon capacity building, also a bit the pace of the EHDS regulation compared to where we are at this moment with X-eHealth and with the specifications of the exchange format. One other topic that we would like to discuss, which also was brought in this morning and throughout the day several times, is the distinguishment between primary use and secondary use of health data. So I think X-eHealth focused on the primary use of health data. DATAS develops the European principles for secondary use of health data. In the EHDS, we see a distinguishment between both. And I would like to know your thoughts or ideas on establishing and maintaining interoperability for primary and secondary use, but also is this distinguishment necessary, or what are your thoughts on how we have done that up till now and how that will be in the future? Tapani, I would like to give the word to you first on this.
Thank you, and you are absolutely right that the remit of the DATAS joint action is the secondary use. So, but obviously from the very beginning we looked at the linkages between the primary use and the secondary use, because in the primary, when data is created as part of the primary of the care process, the quality of recording that data into the for the primary use, so in the healthcare use, that is absolutely important for the secondary use. If the quality of the data and the recording of the data is not up to the quality, then the secondary use of data, that data is much less valuable. And we see several elements in the regulation which are supporting this quality of data. I think that the first thing is that there is on the primary side there is this chapter on electronic health record systems, and of course one could think that once they are certified at European level, then also the ease of use is important, so that those healthcare professionals who are doing the recording, they have it's easier for them to do accurate recordings. For the moment, the situation is not always there, that sometimes the electronic health record systems, they are not easy to use. So that was one of the things. And then the second thing was that there is this quality and utility label, where we are trying to, in a sense, to certify or to show how useful, how reliable the data is for secondary use. And one can hope that this kind of a systems of seals of approval, that they over time also increase the quality of data. Then this last question, which you referred to, that how these two streams are they separate or are they same, or where do they come together? The directive itself is say that the proposal for the regulation says that there is this European board, which can then work in two formats, like the councils are working. Now, I think that it is absolutely important that the member states don't want to separate these two worlds too much, even if they are different. Because if they are separated too much, then we are facing this problem that the primary use is discussed in one silo and the secondary is in one other silo. At the same time, we do need to have separate working paths because they are so different, but they need to come together somewhere, and the board might be that place. So honestly, we haven't in Tehdas Joint Actions spoken too much about this issue. I put that behind on my to-do list, that we need to also discuss within Tehdas Joint Action more, how can we make sure that this primary use and secondary use, they are not separated too much.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the things that we elaborate in our innovation deliverable is also the use of patient registries in relation to the electronic health record exchange format. And we see actually two examples already right now. One where we look at the reference networks for rare diseases, where it's much easier. You can support the clinicians actually entering the data to the registries by using the electronic health record exchange format, by extracting those portions that are relevant for the registry to a submission tool, rather than just going through the electronic health record and rekeying everything. So that's already one thing. Another example that we got is from quality and accountability registries in the Netherlands for long-term care, where they also create a kind of automated view using ontologies and linked data principles to actually extract the indicators of quality and the indicators of being accountable for the care that you deliver from their key systems. So that's also a way to move forward to actually take the structured data from the electronic health record and make it available for secondary use. And a third one that we looked into, but that's still at the early stages, is a very promising project. I think it's called Facilitate, in another Horizon Europe project that's looking at the same thing, but then for clinical trials, to actually see if we can reuse the data that we have for primary care, also be the basis of the case report forms that we use in clinical trials. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of possibility for reuse of health data, especially if we have it well structured and both adhere to the same format. And that's what was mentioned earlier, I think this morning, that we really need to look into what things like the Eden project is doing, which is a magnificent project trying to make available the data across Europe for research purposes, but make sure that the specifications that they're using and the specifications that we're using in the certification of electronic health record systems fit together so that we don't introduce yet another, well, in my nightmares, manual step between what's in the electronic health record and what needs to be in the databases for clinical research.
I think also related to the activities that we performed in establishing the governance model, we talked about this alignment and where can we place that. And I think in one of the surveys we had, it was mentioned to have it at all task forces, that it's a topic to talk about on where is the alignment with secondary use and specifically on the semantic aspects of that, and also to have, for example, the sandboxes to actually look at how do you make that loop and how do you assess data quality for secondary use on that matter.
And yeah, just to add on this I think that this also reminds me a little bit of a debate which is happening for the last maybe 40 years in terms of whether we're going to have like what is called in in technology terms like online transactional processing systems and online analytical processing systems, so OLAP versus OLTP. That's a debate which is there for 40 years when we were developing the databases, right? Starting developing the databases. So you always think, but this is like a very down below. So this is the level where we probably may need to think that those types of data sets, probably need to be configured differently, just because the load that you do for transactional purposes, you just want to move an appointment or e-prescription. It's just kind of a single transaction, which usually happens in volumes, and it is specific for for this exchange purpose. Whereas analytical loads are quite different. So you may be constructing very big data sets, and if you do this on your operational kind of database, you're just going to lose your performance, right? So just a simple request to a database is going to just kill that database. That's kind of, and this debate is there for the last 40 years. But I think that was already resolved, big time in many ways. It's easy, right? It's a commodity thing. So every technology vendor would help you design that particular thing. So it's not a question probably from the technology side of things that is able to implement. Rather that what you're saying is in terms of the governance. And then what I kind of see, especially when reading, the proposal itself, is like this is just naturally being different in terms of who takes responsibility. And then, for example, the secondary use is the most sensitive topic as far as I can see in terms of the debate. There is so much interest in, especially from the industry side, from the life sciences companies, for example, to access this data. They clearly understand, already with time that they can't access the EHRs. EHRs are not available for them. Nobody will open EHR data to a life sciences company. It happened, and it raised a lot of scandals. We know about those scandals a lot. Now everybody think, okay, so maybe we need to do something from the, from kind of how we're going to manage this. So let's create a kind of a silo, as Rabani, you were saying, and that will be the silo in that regard, because that's kind of a legal silo. It means that there is a process and responsible people who actually give access to that type of data. And that from that standpoint, in terms of who is liable, if something happens, for instance, I heard there were, discussions in terms of making a person who is accessing secondary data, making a person liable if by the algorithms that the person is developing, the data is re-identified. And somebody even going to a point that maybe that person needs to kind of go to the criminal. There's going to be a punishable liability, which is crazy, right? If we're going to go into punishing researchers for creating something out of that. But it just probably represents, well, a different nature of that kind of place for the secondary use of that data. And another thing I've heard about is like, we do collect genomic data, maybe. I'm still not sure about whether X-eHealth or the future of X-eHealth is going to specify whether we move genomic data or don't move, because today we don't move genomic data for European EHR exchange form, right? The genomic data isn't there. However, FHIR does specify. FHIR is capable of moving. So maybe CDA is probably too much, so CDA won't be able to move genomic data, but FHIR is capable of moving data. Are we going to move it? That's one question, but it probably makes sense to make genomic data available, cross-border, especially when we talk about rare diseases, where genomic data is crucial to help to understand. So for example, if you've got a referral to a geneticist across the border, obviously he or she would want to see inside the genome, to maybe down to the variant calling files, and to see what particular mutations did this patient carries, right, across. But then the other question is, do we want to move this data across to the secondary use? And for now, again, I don't know, because we don't know the final proposal, how it's going to look like, but probably what I hear is that we are not moving genomic data across to the secondary use, because there is an opinion that genomic data is impossible to anonymize, because it carries so many specifics that if you want to try to remove the things that make it individual, you actually maybe lose a sense of that particular data. However, again, from the technology perspective, I maybe won't agree immediately with the statement, but this is again about, it's the same sort of like fear about who is going to be liable for that place. And that is, again, we are removing already now, we are trying to make people responsible for what we do on that side. Hence, in that sense, probably it's still, whatever we discuss, that we can merge these things in order not to overcomplicate architecture and infrastructure, it probably would still remain separate just because of that kind of liability pressure.
Thank you. I think I have seen your hand, Kyriakos, but I think Antoine also had previously something, so I will get you, and Antoine can.
Yeah, it's about building on Tapani's identified risk with having two worlds, the primary and the secondary use. And now, for what I hear from Dimitri and you, Gabi, as well, that within those two worlds we have three pillars: the legal aspects, then the governance, organization level, and the operations. And we really need to be aligned, even within those three pillars, in those two worlds, all together, and to always build up from the operations as well. In terms of priorities, we really need to think of the solutions, as an industrial will do. And this is where we can discuss about the life cycle of the industrials versus the regulators. Like the health data with your financial data, basically the data you don't want leaked online, right? And so that's why we need this interoperability framework, really secured spaces, cybersecurity, and so on. And this is why for startups, for innovators, it costs a lot to actually access to those and to create your services and products to be in the market and to fit. And this is where there is a lot of work to be still done and undertaken in the processes that we do to harmonize, to regulate the markets in that sense. And this is actually where we might have a difference in the life cycle and bridging all those gaps and having all the key stakeholders around the table.
Thank you. Kyriakos.
Thank you, Gabi. So just to build on Tapani's earlier comment and what Antoine just said, in essence, our policy logic tends to be simple, and of course we welcome other views and insights, but for us, certainly at DG Connect, primary use drives secondary use. So the context of use does change, and that's absolutely fair, but in essence, it is the same information content that on the one hand supports the delivery of care and then comes to support secondary uses. So in that context, I was quite happy to hear Robert mentioning that project that somehow deals with the case report forms, the CRFs, but what we would probably caution as as a step, in essence, is to immediately think about, the clinical trials domain. I think you will find that that domain has its own standards, its own stakeholder ecosystem, and its own incentive structure. And I can very well remember, just as an example from my own days in industry, when we ran a project to map SNOMED CT onto MEDRA, we did spend quite a bit of resource. So I think the ecosystem will have to just look at its priorities and really focus on those lower hanging fruits, in essence, through the adoption of X-eHealth, which is essentially about the delivery of care.
Thank you. I'm quickly looking at the timekeepers if we have time for one more topic, because then we have a little bit of time left. And one of the topics that also was part throughout the day was more on EID, EIDAS, so let's say generic services that are needed in order to pave the way forward. And the question is on how do you see the role of those generic services and their importance in paving the way forward in digital health and also, of course, data availability. Anyone? Robert, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the topics that I think are really important to also include in this experience environment. I mean, it needs to become real for people to understand what's going on, and there's a number of these generic functions or services that we can take up and that we should take up, I think. And EID is definitely one of them. Of course, there's a myriad of both legal and cultural problems with that. Also in the Netherlands, which is my home country, even though I'm speaking for Europe. But we do have the problem with our national person identifier that cannot be used by a person to actually get access to its own health data. For some reason, because there's a law that limits it to the use between healthcare providers. So we need to change that law at some point. And I've heard from other countries as well. Germany has also a very complicated view on, or at least, well, a good view, I guess, but it complicates matters in terms of electronic identity and sharing that electronic identity. So we really need to invest on these services because they're key to actually operating anything real in this area. The same holds, by the way, for the future of the EHDS, where a lot is said about that the citizen or the person, natural person, should be in control. How do I control my personal health data? If everybody, every organization or every region or every country comes to a different solution, that's not very helpful for the accessibility and the interchangeability of those consent declarations to share data. So that's another one of the generic functions that comes out. One of the things that we used in our deliverable again is what we call aspect domains. That so trust, provenance, blockchain. That's kind of a whole idea of what you need to have across the functions to make sure that if data moves, that someone who's trying to interpret the data has a feeling, yes, this I can trust and this I can make a medical decision on. And that's probably, and not for nothing, it was part of the awards to have trust in there as well. Another one that we're looking at is natural language processing, especially in health, to see if we can actually train natural language processing systems to actually recognize the proper health terms and map them to the terminologies that we're using, for instance, in the master value set catalog. So, yes, a lot of necessity for generic services to be rolled out, but also to be made testable. So don't wait I remember that in 2005 we decided to wait for the national electronic identifier in the Netherlands. It's still not there. So we still need some, we need to experiment and not just wait for something to happen.
Thank you. Tapani, do you have ideas on this based on your experience also at the Commission?
Thank you. Of course, the person identifier is an utmost importance for any research. Much of the epidemiological research in Finland would have not been possible if we hadn't had a well-functioning national ID system already for tens of years. That has enabled us to combine different registries and different data sets, and to see even 15 years after some kind of study that what happened to those persons. There was, for example, a study on young people and their mental health problems when they were 5, and then trying to see what happened to them when they were 15 and 20. So that was only possible for this because of the ID. But I think that Robert took up one important point, which was the national interpretations. That we, for the moment, we have so many different interpretations of GDPR and many other regulations. And one of the wishes, especially on the Finnish side, is that the European Health Data Space is providing an interpretation of the GDPR in the area of health, which would be applicable across countries. And because it's a regulation, it's directly applicable law, it should help here. But of course, that makes also the negotiations in the Council much more difficult, because then member states tend to defend what they have in place instead of not always looking at what is coming in the future. So those two, that's kind of a helpful aspect of the European Health Data Space. And then there was this question that whether we can is there secondary use of genomic data at all possible? I think that at least we are very hopeful that it is possible. It is not as straightforward as the traditional data classes, but the 1 million genomes or 1+ million genomes program, which was started, or initiative which was started in 2018, it's exactly looking at how can we not only do secondaries of genomic data within a country, but across countries. And I think that, of course, when we are speaking about these cross-border use cases, then these European developments on EID and EIDAS, they are of very, very important developments.
Thank you. Perhaps there's any additional thoughts on this last topic in a few minutes, and then we're rounding up on time.
Yeah, I can add just from the perspective of some of the projects that we've done in this space. So from the identification and authorization, authentication, there were, again, those are genetic problems for every given IT system. And what we sort of kind of found out, this is like a technological question. So for example, if you did collect data and you didn't have a national identifier, you still can make sense of the data that you've collected. There is enough tools that would help you try to, match the data, because, there is no system which doesn't identify a person at the point of care. The only problem there is that, okay, how can I actually map one person in one hospital to another person in another hospital? And then this mapping process is a commodity. There is a bunch of tools out there which help do this. The only question here is the patient safety, because when you do those matches, this is prone to error, right? And either, again, you configure your algorithms, you do a lot of manual checks, that's burden, that's a lot of resources that you need, or you do a lot of automation, and then you accept the errors in the system. And those errors may, at a rare occasion, bring up, some, dramatic challenges with just treating different people for, not for their needs, So, but again, this is resolved. I mean, this is working. So the question for us is like, we kind of gradually improve here. So as long as there is no, EU-wide national kind of EU identifier. Then we're going to deal with national identifiers. If there is no national identifier, we're going to deal with regional identifiers. But there is still, even if there is EU identifier, what are we going to be doing with foreigners who come here? Or what we do with people who need help, but they don't carry any IDs, so they still needs to be treated. So this problem doesn't go away. So yes, it helps, it improves patient safety at large, but there's always going to be, a technological challenge that we'll gladly resolve. It's not going away in that sense. It just helps us focus and refocus on some other challenges.
Kyriakos, I will give the last word to you, and then we'll round up the discussion.
Thank you, Gabi, again. Many thanks. I think we're all pleased to say that it's been a very good discussion, some multilateral thinking, which is much welcome and much needed in this context. I just want to say, in regards to the EUDI wallet, that this is a key instrument, a key tool for us when it comes to supporting patient empowerment. And indeed, for some very good reasons, in essence. I think by now it has been understood that the new treatments, the new therapies need ways of avoiding bias. And in essence, that bias can be avoided by more and more patients using their data, or indeed having their data used through secondary use in the development of these therapies. The EUDI wallet should facilitate that, should make that possible for the citizen to be in control of that process.
Thank you very much. I think with this we will round up this debate. I think we went from the outputs from Cross eHealth to a very broad topics, and I hope that what we have touched upon here has inspired you and also has given you some ideas on how the outputs can lead to the next steps in paving the way forward for the digital decade. Thank you very much for being here and for being here virtually. And I will give the word back to Sergio.
Thank you, Gabi.
Thank you very much, Gabi, gentlemen, for such an insightful discussion. We've now reached the end of today's planned activities. I would now call to the stage Katia Souza Pinto to wrap up the agenda for the second Innovation Day. Katia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergio. So, what a day. We've been here discussing all day now, and I would really like to thank you for the very insightful discussions that we had today. I think we can wrap up by saying that we have to continue discussing especially about governance and how we will be able to establish a permanent governance mechanism to support the building up and development of the specifications around My Health at EU and Health Data at EU. I think it's clear that projects and actions are very good instruments for kickstarts, are very good instruments for innovation and to add value, but they need an infrastructure like My Health at EU needs a permanent governance structure. If we imagine that millions of transactions will be made every day, if we reach the implementation level that we wish, it is clear that a strong governance mechanism needs to be in place and needs to be supported by a permanent group. To do so, we now have the umbrella of the European health data space, where we, here at SPMS, and most of you here in the audience have been involved in discussing. So the way forward may be trying to understand how this umbrella of the governance model proposed and envisioned for the European health data space can support a technical cooperation at the EU level. And we need really to be sure that we can continue this discussion in the appropriate forum, the eHealth Network, the Global Digital Health Partnership, other international global digital health partnerships where we can put forward how we can establish a permanent governance mechanism for the technical work around MyHealth@EU. It was also very good to acknowledge the very wide range of organizations and stakeholders that are involved in creating this global digital health community. And so I think we can close today's meeting by saying that we are really paving the way for the digital decade, one where we will have 100% of European citizens with access to their medical records, and also one where nations will be digitally prepared to fight future health crises. We here at SPMS will continue to work with you all. Thank you very much.